What is happening out there, everybody, on this, well, it is a Monday. Welcome on, everybody. I know usually like to get these started up a little bit earlier, but, man, it was a crazy day. Super duper crazy day, but, glad to be back here in the studio and, getting some stuff done, I guess, as far as to, find my happy place. This is what I consider to be my place to go, I guess, as far as to just, chill out, do what I like to do, and hopefully you all like it as well. Yeah, so still plenty of work to do in the Dairyland map. 4X. It's gonna be... Oh, man. Oh, boy. Well, that just made it all worthwhile, I suppose. I guess as far as to cap off what I was already explaining as far as it being a pretty crappy day. Appreciate the raid. Appreciate the raid there, Deuce. Welcome on in, everybody. All your turds over from the outhouse. How's the stream going there, Deuce? SGT 187 Alpha. Welcome on in, first time chatter. Appreciate that. Coming in on Deuce's raid. SGT, and now I'm a former, I'm a veteran, so when I see SGT 187 Alpha, that immediately strikes, I guess, as far as being a sergeant, and maybe Alpha 187, is that the ordnance company that's situated out of Fort Jackson, South Carolina? Possibly? Maybe? I'm just kind of curious, because if that's the case, then yeah, I'm very familiar. It is? Holy crap! That was just a wild guess. You were a fueler? Nice, very nice. I was actually 63 Bravo is what they used to call it back then. They call it something else now, which was basically a light wheel mechanic. Now it just falls under anything with a diesel engine, pretty much, from what I do understand. Went well. Hope yours goes well. It gets better. I have to go get your dinner ready. Get your dinner on. Yeah, I know it's about that time too. I know I got started really super late, and very understandable. 92 old, yeah, 77 Foxtrot. Is that what that was? Yeah, I forget where all the different MOSs were. I know a lot of them have changed now. They've consolidated and kind of readjusted things. So my MOS, my primary MOS, I guess as far as back when I served, which we're talking pre, I don't want to age shame or anything like that, but we're talking like pre 2001. So yeah, I know a lot of those have changed. Some of the folks that I know that are going in there brand new, coming to realize just a lot of those MOSs have consolidated and kind of changed up. So they're way different as far as they used to be. What's going on, Tiger? Welcome on in. Oh, is now a 92 Alpha. So 77 Foxtrot is now a 92 Alpha. Gotcha. I remember, I think 91 series, I guess as far as we're medics, if I remember right. I'm just kind of recalling a little bit. I think the 91 MOSs were speaking of which, we got Tiger Lily. He's a veteran. I don't think I've ever asked Tiger, I guess, as far as what he used to be. So, yeah, we're kind of talking MOSs here, I guess, as far as if you served in any branch of the military. And, yeah, that's pretty cool. We got a lot of similarities, I guess I was supposed to put it that way. Yeah, so I kind of get into these types of things, I guess, as far as just to get my mind off of what's going on in the real world, because some of that stuff that's happening out in the real world is kind of crappy, and this is where I find my happy place. That's what I was mentioning in my initial intro, I guess, as far as for the stream. Deuce just made it that much better, I guess, as far as bringing all you folks in. Appreciate that. So yeah, what we're in the process of doing is getting some of the stuff done, I guess, as far as with the Dairyland 4X for Farm Sim 22, and I'm just kind of showing around here. This is kind of the preview in the editor, I guess, as far as what's going on with it. We'll be doing some testing in the game itself. So one of the things that I've kind of already loosely tested is these random farmland areas like this. I've done some things with some scripting to make these processes a little bit faster to do, and it seems to be working so far, at least as far as from the editor standpoint. We'll be testing in the game, I guess, as far as at some point to ensure, I guess, as far as that these are going to work. So nice, very nice. So SGT 187, I guess, as far as, do you happen to be, and I'm not trying to pry, but you can feel free to not share if you feel like it. So I did my basic training, or I shouldn't say basic, I did my AIT back in the day over at 187 Ordnance Company, I guess, as far as in Alpha Company. And that's why it kind of really strikes some memories, I guess, as far as from that. And that was a while ago, don't get me wrong, but I was just curious to know if you were an instructor for the AIT, or maybe a drill sergeant, possibly. I think the drill sergeants, though, are like E6 and above. Could be wrong. Oh, no, you weren't? Okay. I wasn't trying to be, I just, a lot of memories, I guess, as far as our 187 Alpha Company, man. In fact, I still have my certificate of, so I graduated with honors in my AIT class out of, I think we had 48 in our class. Yeah, I think we had 40 in our class. I'm just going by memory. And I was one of 3 that graduated with honors. And yeah, that's just bringing back a lot of memories, I guess, as far as that. I've been able to use, I guess, as far as a lot of what I've learned back during that time, I guess, as far as even in real life, which is really cool. Don't regret it all, I guess, as far as no regrets whatsoever. So one of the other things that some of you might have noticed as I've been doing this series, I guess, as far as we edit the map, I had a different house here for the static farm that's over here. This is where you would start, right? So there's a silo that'll dynamically load into here and such. There's a outhouse, so on and so forth. And this I changed out. I changed this out to something that's more in compliance, I guess, as far as with Farm Sim 22. Number one being, as far as it doesn't use as many textures that have to be put into the map. So it's all reading from in-game. I just kind of decorated it up a little bit, I guess, as far as to make it a little bit more homey, I guess, as far as in our map here. So that's one of the things. What we're going to be getting into right now, I've already got it loaded up here, is we need to redo this sign. There's 2 signs, actually. There's this sign here, and there's one that's over at the industrial park, which is on the other side of the map. When I did some testing there was some areas that were being kind of a little bit funky. And you see this little dark spot right here? I figure it's either one of 2 things. So this is where I get a little geeky, I guess, as far as with my modeling experiences. This is what the modeling monies are all about. When I see stuff like this happen, it's either one of 2 things. It's either the model itself is broken, or there's something wrong with the texture mapping. So we're going to get into that right now. I know a lot of this is like over a lot of people's heads. I totally understand that. But this is what I like to showcase, I guess, if you're here on the channel, I guess, as far as to, if nothing else, to have people understand that these items and assets that you see on a lot of games that you play, someone had to create those, right? Someone had to create those, and I just happen to be one of those many out there that creates assets for games. So this is what I like to show. So totally understandable, I guess, as far as if it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I do appreciate if you do stick around, I guess, as far as to kind of geek out with me, I guess, as far as with what we're doing here. So the fact that I don't see, hold on, I think I see what's going on. It might be hard for y'all to see because it's white, but there's a line that goes right here from this corner over there. So I'm thinking what I might have done wrong when I made this part of the sign that has the verbiage on it. and might have snapped that to the wrong corner, I guess, as far as it. So there's like a frame on this here. I'm going to detach this just to kind of prove my point here. Let's see what's going on with this. So the fact that we don't see that same dark line that we see right here. So this is in the editor. You can see that darkness right there. It shouldn't be like that. And it's very noticeable in the game, especially with the dynamic lighting and shading, I guess, as far as that's available in the game. It's very, very noticeable. It's like I need to fix that. So on this side, it seems to be... Let's see here. In fact, let's do this. I'm going to put this in mesh mode. And we can get a better look at that. Let's see. Huh. It really shouldn't be, but I guess that looks good there. Okay. That could be a problem there. Alright. So let's go ahead and break this down anyway and see if we can't fix that. Let's put this back to shaded. Alrighty then, let's do... I'm going to convert this over to an edible poly because we got more options with edible poly as opposed to just a mesh. And let me rename this real quick just for some clarity. Alrighty. Now we need to detach these two sets of polys. I think I'll just do both sides together. Let's try that out. I might need to separate it even further, but let's go this way for now. Attach that. Yeah, that'll be fine for the time being. I know a lot of this is very white, so you can't really see the highlights of all the polys that are in this thing. That's why I can go back to wire, and we can see that a little bit better. So this is what I've got selected, which is detached out as a separate object at this point. It'll help me to differentiate, I guess, as far as between the two. Okay, I don't see... Yeah, that was what I was thinking. See how that kind of dips down at this corner here? I just thinking that's probably too low. I got to snap to the wrong corner. And I may just need to fix that. Yeah, so this red or orange line, or however I want to see it, it's not really in the right spot. And I think that's why I'm getting that dark spot on the frame. Okay. I think that might be the case. It's very minuscule, I guess, as far as, but this definitely seemed to be. Okay. I'm going to put this in orthographic. Give me a little bit. It allows me to get in a little bit closer without it clipping on the orthographic. Okay, let's see what we got here. It doesn't look bad there, but I think maybe. Let's select this one. There's the piece I detached. Let me select this vert. That actually doesn't look bad. I don't know why. So it's snapped to the inside of that frame. So again, now the red lines are the frame of the sign. It does have a little bit of a lip on it, so it's not like completely flush with this piece that I currently got highlighted. Oop. So I'm just wondering at this point if it's just being a doo-doo head and doesn't want to render properly, just as far as especially in the game. That sometimes ends up being the case, and it's just... Okay, so if we go back into this, I'm going to bring back, let's put it back to shaded. I want to get an idea of exactly where that might be in here, because we don't see that actually in my modeling program here. Let's go back to shaded. So it would be, so there's program. It's going to be right below that. Okay. But the way it's showing is like right in here. And the fact that we don't see that, I'm going to render this really quick and just kind of see what's going on. Let's just see what's going on here for a second. So SGT 187, I guess, as far as I don't know, what do you like to go by? Do you go by Sergeant 187, or do you just SGT is fine? I'm good with either, but to make sure. What I was also curious about, are you still active, I guess, as far as right now, or retired, or I guess you could say I'm kind of retired. Yes. SGT, no problem. I gotcha. See, I used to go by, now even though I wasn't an officer, I used to go by LT Rock. Yeah, that was one of my call signs, because as far as, of course, it was just a nickname. People just like to call me LT. I was put in so many leadership positions, I guess, as far as throughout my service, and a lot of times it was just temporary leadership positions. You know, I was a squad leader, I was a platoon, you know, a platoon sergeant, I guess, as far as, of course. And a lot of it just had to do with MTO. We didn't have the appropriate ones in there, and that just happened to be at the time, I guess, as far as the highest ranking, I guess, as far as in the unit, I guess, as far as to do that. So I kind of I gained the nickname, I guess, as far as LT Rock, and that's just another memory I had. That's why I was kind of wondered. Just a vet, gotcha. Well, you're not just a vet. Not just a vet. All vets matter. Vets' lives matter, right? Okay. So, what I want to do, I'm gonna hide this piece that I got detached. But it's good to have you. I'm really just sticking around. You did 6 years. I did 4 years active and 2 reserve. Yeah. Yeah. So it's about 6 years. 2 overseas. I did 15 months overseas. That was in Korea. That camp that I was at, which was known as Camp Stanley, it no longer exists. That's now defunct, which on one hand or whatever is actually a good thing, because it goes to show that there's more stability, I guess, as far as in that area, that it's not needed anymore. But also kind of sad, because it was a really nice camp. Really nice people, I guess, as far as around there, at least when I was there. Very helpful. Much different culture, I guess, as far as over there than it is here in the States, especially as currently. Yeah, very much missed it. I don't know if I would ever want to live there necessarily. It was fine, I guess, as far as being there for the 15 months that I was. It's normally a 12-month tour, but I was like right on the fringe of re-enlisting and whatever. And after I did that, I've had some medical complications, like with my knee. I was airborne, so just to kind of put it simply. And I have a, for lack of a better way to put it, I have a dysfunctional knee. It's not amputated or anything like that, but I've got a busted knee, I guess, as far as kind of a little bit of a souvenir for jumping out of those perfectly good airplanes. And yeah, part of my decision, I guess, as far as to not re-enlist was because of that, just to put it simply. But you did 2 overseas, nice. Anywhere in particular, I guess, as far as overseas? Like I said, I did my tour, Camp Stanley there, I guess, as far as in Korea. Oh, just outside of Uijeonbu. So for anybody that happens to remember, I guess, that classic show MASH, they happen to mention Uijeonbu, I guess, as far as like that. That's about the same area that I was in. I don't know if that's actually where they filmed that show, but they did happen to mention Uijeonbu. Got fond memories of being around there. Pretty cool. You ran convoys for Kuwait to border. Oh, so you were over there. Gotcha. Yeah, so being a fueler, yeah, obviously you would, you'd probably be doing convoys quite a bit. Yeah, let's go ahead and hide this. And we can get a better, look at the rest of our frame. Didn't mean to do that, though. Let's resume that. There we go. So this is the frame, and particularly the problem that we're having is right in here. So I need to look and see. I might have to reconstruct that. You can see this line here. I might have to just reconstruct that poly. Might try and do that and see if that corrects it. And a 50 cal? Nice. I was one of the few, especially when I was stationing in Korea there. Again, there was a big MTO problem, I guess, as far as of having the proper number of ranking NCOs and whatever to fulfill a lot of the training, I guess, as far as that you would have for on particular weapons. I was one of the only non-NCOs, I guess, as far as when I was stationed over in Korea to be qualified on a 9mm weapon, as far as a hand, not a firearm, but a hand weapon. That was pretty cool. I also got the privilege during my qualifying, I guess, as far as to handle a Desert Eagle. Oh man, that was something. As far as a 57 Desert Eagle, pretty cool. It was a lot of weapons, I guess, as far as that you wouldn't normally know. I guess I was on the 203, qualified on the M203. Also the AT4, also known as like a rocket launcher. Those things have so little recoil, is ridiculous, but the backblast and the damage that those cause is freaking amazing. I had a lot of weapons qualifications. Not a lot of that I can really use at this point, I guess, as far as in civilian, but it's pretty cool. When I hear people mention, I guess, as far as about certain weapons, I understand it pretty well. Yep. AT4, shake the earth. Right. Absolutely. Yeah, it's amazing if you've never fired one, which I've had the privilege of doing. I was qualified on one of those. They have absolutely no recoil. None. That's all you hear is a big thud and then a boom down range. But the backblast area is ridiculous too, because it's like the better part of 25 feet behind you. So you definitely don't want to stand behind one of those. That's for sure. Yeah, and the damage they cause, holy crap. I know most of you have probably seen that. Okay, so we're going to fix this poly. Yeah, so that does have a break in there. So there's two separate polys there. Let me look at the other side of this. Yeah, see, there's just one. No, that is broke up here too. I wonder why it's not doing it on this side. Weird. Yeah, so we do got the... These are what are called n-gons. They're not perfect polygons. So a perfect polygon is described as 4 corners, right? This one only has 3, which was considered an n-gon. So yeah, just kind of geeking out a little bit, I guess, as far as some of that makes absolutely no sense. But to help make sense of what's going on with the model here, why we see this little dark spot, and it's very, very evident in game. Oops, slow that down. So this dark spot that's right there, the more I look at this, is probably a broken poly. Probably not so much the texturing, but it might be a combination of the way it's textured or UV unwrapped and the model itself. So as far as the n-gon that's here, because these n-gons, these polys here are actually textured. So if we just to kind of elaborate, if we UV unwrap this is the texture that's wrapped onto the actual model. So all these n-gons, the way they're designed, are going to affect how that texture is actually applied to it. So let's open this up. See what's going on with it this way. So we'll bring in a texture. So here's the majority of our frame is right over here in this corner. So it may even come down to where I can just remap this, and it might correct that problem too. I might try that first before I actually start pulling this this frame apart. Let's see. Yeah, so if I highlight, let's go to poly. Okay, that's just the one piece. Okay, hold on, let's do this. Get out of that. That is not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to deselect that. Why is it not deselecting? Okay, what's your issue here? Oh yeah, let's go over here and collapse this again. It's acting a little goofy. And let's try and re-unwrap that. Okay, better shape. Let's re-unwrap that. There we go. Now if we open up the editor, there's all of our frame right there. all these green lines here are the where basically all those polygons and faces that represent the design of the frame is all right here as far as our texture. Let's bring the texture in. So it's all up here in this corner. So our main part of it here that shows this text in here is the other piece that it detached. So it may just come down to I might have to remap this. Let's see. How do I want to go about this? That's the other question. Now, because there's no pattern to it, and it's more or less just going to be one solid color, I may be able to get away with, and I can do this either from here or in the this window. Let's do it from this window. So we'll go ahead and select this all, and we're going to do quick planer. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. I don't want to do it that way. That is not what I want to do. Alright, let's... Oh, shoot. Okay, I went all the way back. That's fine. So we'll do that again. We'll get this fixed. Okay. So, I think the approach that we'll take... So, initially what I did there is I selected all the polys, and I did what's called a smart UV unwrap. So what it did, and it kind of kept everything all still squished together, I kind of want to segregate these different facets, I guess, as far as of our frame. So what I'll do is do like each side independently, then it'll give us a better layout, I guess, is over here. So right now I think it's just too squished, and I think that might be too, I guess, as far as why we're getting that dark spot on our frame. Sometimes when it gets squished down too much like this, in comparison, it tends to do that type of thing. Alright, so let's do... let's see if we can do it from here. I don't want to do this. Just taking a closer look real quick. Trying to get this all in one picture here, it's kind of hard to do, I guess, as far as on one monitor. Usually I do this across two different monitors, but in the effort, I guess, as far as to take up too much of my desktop space as far as the monitors I have available, and try and squeeze this all into one so y'all can see what's going on. Alright, so we're going to grab all of those. You can see what's selected there. Now I'll do a quick planer on that, and we get this result. This is looking better. So we get a one-to-one representation of what we actually have highlighted in comparison to highlighting the whole thing at once and doing that smart UV. Okay, so we're going to take this, move it off to the side for now, and we'll do the same thing to the other side, and we'll do it with pretty much all sides. We'll just kind of break it down that way. So even if something as simple as this, sometimes it just comes down to when you're getting those little anomalies and artifacting, I guess, as far as on the model, sometimes this is what we got to do. You try not to have to do this, I guess, as far as for the most part, but sometimes it's just out of necessity. Alright. So we got several N-gons in here, and part of the reason why there's these N-gons instead of it being just one solid four-sided piece, which would be a true polygon, is the fact that we do have cuts. There's an inset. Let me see if I can zoom in on this. So there's a little bit of a bevel as far as the corner there, and also it's got a little bit of an inset. There's a little bit of a... So if I highlight this here, for example, there's a little bit of inset. So it's not flush with the outside frame. So it's got a little bit of a lip on it. And that's part of the reason why I think it's... I need to slow this down, that's for sure. I was doing some other map work yesterday, I guess, as far as... And it required me to speed that camera up a little bit. So, yeah, this should give you a little bit closer look. So there's a little bit of a lip on there. So this piece here, I guess, as far as where it has all of our actual advertising, is not flush with the outside frame. So it gives it a little bit of a decorative look, in a way. So we want to maintain that for sure. Okay. Let's go back to highlight this side of the frame. Should get the same result as we did on the other side. Some of this might be considered a little bit OCD, but like I mentioned, I guess, as far as when you go into the game and you actually look at that sign, and it's right where you spawn in as far as where the career start is, It's very noticeable. You can see it even from a distance without even walking up to it. So yeah, it's definitely not, doesn't look very good. Yeah, so the texturing, so where I moved this off, you can see some of the texting. Let me show this. This is funny. So this will get fixed, I guess, as far as once I'm done, but where's my edit window? So if I tile this out, where I move this, it's actually picking up some of this right here until I move this back over here. I'm going to get all these pieces kind of separated out before I actually put it back over here in a better orientation. But it's picking up from where I move this. You have to picture this image here being tiled. In fact, I can kind of show this. Let's go to preferences. Let me go ahead and tile it. And you can get the idea. See where that's at right now? It's picking up right on this top edge here. It's picking up some of that lettering. At least for now. That's not going to stay that way. But that's the way the texture gets read, I guess, as far as, you know, it's kind of... The model itself, I guess, as far as when you texture it at 000, which is this blue grid. This blue grid is considered ground zero, right? But the texture does get actually tiled, I guess, as far as the model is concerned. So if we put different parts of it in different areas, it's actually going to show that, and that's why it's doing that. That's kind of the funkiness that it is UV mapping, I guess, as far as with. Okay. So if you ever see a model, I guess, as far as out there while you're playing some of your games and you see it kind of tiled a little bit funky, that's probably why. That's probably why. It's like, it's not that it probably has the wrong texture on it, it's just it's UV mapped. Okay, so I got that all highlighted. Let's go ahead and smart map that. Did it do it? It did. Cool. So now we'll take this and move that off to the side for now. Whoop. Just want to move it over here. So I'm keeping them all separated as I do this for now. And then probably what I'll end up doing is once I have all the individual sides, I'll be able to move those over in here and I can scale them down. And like I mentioned, as far as because there's no particular pattern, like any word, verbiage or anything that's on it, it's just basically a solid color. Doesn't really matter how far I scale it down. The only thing that might be a problem is like the same problem we're trying to fix, which is where it's because it was too crushed down, it was making that little dark area there. So we don't want that again, that's for sure. Okay, what do I want to grab here next? So I think what we'll try to do at least anyway, let's grab this outside edge all the way around. I might have to do each one of these sides independently to see what kind of result we get. Let's just see what kind of result we get. You can always change if it doesn't turn out the way we want it to. So how's everybody else been doing, I guess, as far as coming off of Deuce's raid? I know Deuce mentioned the stream went great. I don't know what he was working on. I know he's probably doing his Iowa Plains view. I'm trying to remember the map now. I know he's got that hardcore playthrough, I guess, as far as on that. I didn't get a chance to stop in there, unfortunately. I was just running super late and wanted to get a stream in there, but yeah, today IRL was just super duper crazy day, and I guess it was kind of a typical Monday. Monday always seems to be just kind of blah and all that. So it's good to be able to just not really think about it right now. But yeah, just kind of wondering as far as how everybody else is doing today. Yeah, I don't want that. So that's not the result I wanted. So I might have to do these parts independent. May have to. Let me go ahead and just put that over here for now. That may not be a problem. I know for sure I wanted to separate these out. What is it? So we can get rid of that dark area that's on the back and the front of our frame. That's for sure. I do know I want those that way. I don't know if this is going to cause the same type of problem on our outside edge. I guess we'll see. We will see. So another big chunk of this is probably going to be the feet on this. Alright. There's also that inset. Let's see here. Here, let me minimize that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is going to be really skinny here. First, get that selected. That should be that. Okay. Hope everybody's been doing well, I guess, as far as post-factive producer stream. I know coming into this year, you'd be like, what am I watching? And it's just, this is just me geeking out, I guess, as far as over getting some stuff done, I guess, as far as for the development of the Dairyland 4X map for Farm Sim 22. And yes, I did say 4X. It is a 2 times as big, or even 4 times, depending how you look at it, than a standard size map for Farm Sim 22. Okay, so that very narrow inset lip on that. And I'm going to try and grab all of this independently. Okay. Might be a little tricky. Alright, so that's the one side. I'm going to see if I can grab the other side along with it. And by sides here, there's the front and the back. There's a lip on both sides. You can see all that how that texture is applying to our frame, I guess, as far as because I've moved those in a different location as far as the UV mapping. It's not going to stay that way. Just in case anybody was wondering. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Alright, so there's the 2 lips. Okay, we need to get the other 2 sides, the other 2 parts of the lip. Nate's on fire. What is going on? What's happening? You're just in time. Party just started. This is just me geeking out, I guess, as far as doing a little bit of 3D modeling, I guess, as far as for development of our map, I guess, as far as for Farm Sim 22. It's just some stuff that I need to address and attend to because got some problems. Just chilling? Yeah, that's good. It's nice to just be able to chill. That's what I'm doing here. This is where I find my happy zone and just kind of let the aggravations and frustrations of the day just go away. Okay, so we got all that. Let's go ahead and smart map that. We get this result. So much the same as, yeah, we did the outside edges there. So we'll just move this over here for now. And then we got the feet on this thing. That's going to be the next big chunk. So I think what I'll do with that, I'm definitely going to go this route. Yeah. Okay, let me see what it'll do if I do it this way. Just out of curiosity. Let's map that. Okay, and what did we get? Nope, that's not what I want. Okay, I won't do it that way. Let's do it this way. I'll do them one at a time. Okay, and we want that result. Yes. Alright, cool. So, we'll move that over here. These aren't going to stay here. I'm just kind of staging these, I guess, as far as to put them where I want to go. Once I get it all remapped here. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I had that selected. Oh, you know what? That might even work even better. Okay, so I can do the 2 side. Okay, we might try it this way then. That's even better. Alright, so let's do the 2 sides at once. We'll do the same thing on this side. Yeah. Boom. Hell yeah, let's do it this way. That over there. Now, the only thing we should have left are these edges, I guess, as far as for the feet. Okay, so let me try that same thing here. I'm gonna grab, zoom in on that. We'll get that one and that one. Let's try that. Okay, that might work. Oh my goodness, that's so skinny. Let's put that over here. And get the other side of that. And then it shouldn't have any bottoms on it. I think I took those off, yeah. So the fact that you don't, this is another thing that I guess I tend to, it really irritates me. It absolutely bugs the crap out of me, I guess, as far as when models are done and they don't clean off the unnecessary polys. So it's, if it ends up being polys that you're not going to see because it's going to be buried in the ground, or, you know, it's going to be on the backside of something that you're never going to see because it's on the boundary of a map or something like that, it really irritates me that modelers don't take the initiative, I guess, as far as to reduce the number of polys in it, because poly weight can make a difference, especially in anything in multiplication. So if you were to multiply, I guess, as far as anything that has unnecessary polys into it, and just replicate that throughout, you know, the environment, I guess, as far as of a map for any game, it just bugs the ever-living crap out of me. I hate when they do that. Whoops, I forgot to deselect that. My bad. All right, let's try that again. So my previous selection I forgot to deselect before I did that. Kind of glad I did fire up the streams. Sometimes it's just like you never know what to expect, especially after having a crappy day. And for the most part, I kind of chalked it up as it just being a Monday. You know, Mondays, it tends to be kind of like just a blah thing. You know, you're getting back into the work grind and so on and so forth. But I don't know. There was a lot of crazy things that happened that it's just, I wish that didn't happen. Let's put it that way. So I'm just, this is the kind of way I kind of vent my frustrations, I guess, as far as that. Come in here, fire up a stream, maybe kind of shoot the crap a little bit, and kind of just release that a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't take away from anybody else's enjoyment of their, if they had a good Monday, if you had a solid Monday, I'm glad you did. Okay, so we got all of our parts separated out. Now, what we can do is start to put these back where we want them. So we're going to still go put it in this corner, but it's going to be a little bit, hopefully a little bit cleaner orientation. Now, I don't want it to use up too much real estate on this, because if I did want to put any different type of graphic or advertisement on this here, I want to be able to use some of it, right? So again, going back to, because this is only going to be one solid color onto this thing, the only thing else that's kind of fighting with me is the fact that if I squish it down too far, the model tends to get a little upset with the fact that I've done that, and it tends to create artifacting, which is this dark area that's currently showcasing on this. And this is why I'm fixing this sign. See this little dark area that's right there? Because I had it squished down in the orientation that I had for this frame previously, before I'm doing this. This is the model's way of saying, I don't like that. So I'm trying to make it happy again by not squishing it down too far, but also putting it into a better orientation. Hopefully it'll be satisfied, I guess, as far as with what I do here. That's all we can ask for and hope for. Scale this down. So I want to be careful on how I do this. I don't want to get scrunch it down too much and make it unhappy again. But I still want to leave some room, I guess, as far as to be able to put you know, the different size text in here if I want to later on. Okay, so we'll try it like this. This will be our new area that we'll use. We'll kind of use this this part of the frame as our guide to how far we want to scale that down. So now I can just highlight all these individual pieces. Bring that over here. Now I could go even further as far as grid snap these together and make them like very nice and tidy up in this corner. I probably won't do that just because it's a very simple. If it had more of a, you know, a pattern on it, that would be very visible on the final model, you know, as far as the way the texture goes. So if we had text on there that's visible and we wanted to make sure it was symmetrical all the way around on both sides, or just all the way around, if that was the case with the model, I would definitely grid snap it just to make sure it's nice and symmetrical and it's not even off by the slightest pixel. But it's not really that critical, I guess, as far as with this part of the model anyway. Let's see. So as long as we get it close, that should be all that should matter. Close. Now, how does that saying go? I guess as far as it's only close when it's horseshoes and hand grenades. In this case, it's very applicable. Very applicable. Okay, so that's good there. We've got the rest of our pieces. So what I can do with the rest of this is just kind of put it in the center of this. Kind of use this as a boundary, I guess, as far as for how far I want it to go. We don't want it to bleed into where we got our advertising here. Otherwise, that'll show up on the model. Close only counts in horseshoes. Right, see that one. See, Alpha gets it. SGT gets it. SGT gets it. That's an old, I forget how far back that goes. I learned that too, I guess, as far as when I was fresh in boot camp, I guess, as far as what that goes. And that goes way back, I think, like maybe even World War I, something like that. I think the troops actually came up with that term because, you know, just think of how that's how that saying goes. You just got to get it close, and it counts. So even playing horseshoes, you know, if you get it with close to the ring, you know, as far as where it needs to be, you get at least a point. So grenades, obviously, if you get it close, obviously it's gonna count. You know, so it's kind of the loose explanation, I guess, as far as of how that works. Yeah, I like the one even broken clocks. Right twice a day. I never heard that one. That's an interesting one. That's a new one. I like the one even a broken clocks right twice a day. Oh yeah, I get it now. I had to reread that. I get you. Yeah, so the fact that you have noon and midnight, for example, yeah, that's funny. That's a good one. I like that one. That's a really good one. Can't believe I never heard that one. I've heard some doozies. Some of them I forget though. Okay, so I remember what was what here now. We had the two, so all of this. Let's see what I did here. Alright, nope, no, that's not what I did. So I need this one. And this one. That on one side. Nope, okay, so that's not the right one. Alright, hold on. Probably at this point what I could do is just bring them over independently. That's fine. That'll work. So we'll just scrunch these down. Basically just loosely fit these inside of our outside frame here. Not to squish them too much. Make them unhappy again. Probably something like that. So that one is that side. We'll put that over here. Let me see. Let me bring back my. Hold on. Got to reorient myself here. So that is, yeah, that side. So what I do. This is just kind of my OCD getting the better of me. So you can see how this is oriented here. I want to put that on the same side. So just to kind of orient where that part is. If I ever come back into this later and want to do an edit to it, I'll know what all this is representative in here. Once I get this all in here, I can see exactly what the UV map of this model is doing. So I'll know that this is modeled over here. I'll put this piece over here so on and so forth. I'll have the both sides of the frame. It's the way they are as far as back to back to each other. So everything will make sense. Even if I was to look at the UV mapping in the model, I'll know exactly what's going on with it. If I ever have to deal with this again down the road. Alright, so let's bring this one over. That should be over here. Yep, so there's this guy. Bring him over here. Because that's this one over here. I guess you consider this to be the left side and the right side. Because this is, if we were looking at it straight on, that would be left and that would be right. So we're going to put that one right over here. Whoop. We're trying to help ourselves later down the road as far as what's going on with it. Plus, if we see any anomalies when we go to test this in the game, we will know exactly what we'll need to touch and not have to guess. That's another reason, I guess, as far as to do it that way. Make the orientation of these UV mappings just as far as work for you later on. Oh, I don't know why I'm zooming out on that one. Wrong viewport, I need to go here. Okay, so this, is that going to be the other side? Okay, that's the edge. Okay, hold on. I want that one. Okay, so this one, yeah, we'll go over here. Nice. I'm gonna have to remember that one about the clocks. That's pretty cool. Even broken clocks are right twice a day. That's a good one. Now, I'm just kind of curious though. If it's a broken clock, is it still able to keep time to the point where it can be right twice a day? That's what I tend to question. That's the way my brain works. Can a broken clock still be right 2 times a day? You're playing the Bear Rock logging map, and it has deer up in the sky. Oh my, oh my. Yeah, you hate to see that. So a lot of that has to do with just a misunderstanding, I guess, as far as how that mechanic works. You know, as far as there is such a thing, and I haven't played around with it too much, I guess, as far as in the Dairyland map. But there is a way, I guess, as far as to have animal spawns. And right now, for FS22, the deer are definitely brand new. On top of the crows, as far as the birds that just randomly spawn in different areas. That's the only wildlife by default that's in the game. So the fact, if there's deer up in the sky, that's yowza. Yeah, somebody didn't know what they were doing as far as when they created that map, as far as to do the wildlife spawns. And God love them, I guess, as far as if it was just a slight oversight, or if they did that on purpose without knowing, as far as that's probably even worse. Alright, so I think all the rest of this, let me take these two. Is this all one? Let's see here. So that was our lip on the inside. No, that's the outside edge. Okay, got it. So these two are the outside edge. Okay, we'll leave that right where it is. So it's hard to see in here, so that's the outside edge of our frame. So we'll keep those two together. Bring that over here. And we'll put that right in between the 2 feet. Think that'll work. Or we can actually, because it is the outside edge, I might actually put them closer to the outside frame. Could do it that way. I still want to stay within ground zero. I don't want to go beyond that if I can help it. So let's try it this way. Yeah, we'll put them like this. Yeah. That'll work. Oh, wait a minute. What's this right here? What is this guy? Uno momento. So this is... Oh, okay. I must have widened that up somehow. That's just that one side. Okay. We need to narrow that one up. Keep them all the same scale, I guess, as far as... Roughly, at least, anyway. It's not super critical, but... Again, it all comes down to if I ever have to come back into this at a later time, then I'll know what's going on. Wait a minute, did that break that? What the heck? Alright, now hold on a second here. Okay, that one's good there. Let me check the other side. Did I break this? There's that. There's that. What is this part here? Hold on, let's go to vert mode. This is a different part. Second. Nope. What the heck? Where's that at in here? Let's look in our viewport. So that is this corner right there. Interesting. Okay. Well, I need to get that. Don't know why that didn't scale down properly, but we'll leave it over here. Huh, interesting. You know what? I'm gonna turn my grid snaps on. That's better. This is what's called grid snapping. So by default, what the grid snap does is it'll attempt to try and snap it to the outside boundary of our ground zero, which is this blue. That's what grid snapping is. But it can also be used, I guess, as far as to snap vertices, I guess, as far as into place to get that perfect alignment, I guess, as far as so that's the approach I'm taking here. I'm just snapping that right into place, so I know it's exactly right on top of it. So each one of those verts that represent, I guess, as far as those polys are going to be exactly on top of each other and not too far out askew. Okay, so that's kind of what's involved with grid snapping. Okay, so there's that. The only thing that's left is the lip. So we got the two lips. So like right in there as far as between our... Cool. Alright, so I'm going to grab these two. So one at a time here. So that's one side. Let's see. Right? Why is that not highlighted? Oh, never mind. That's part of the feet. Got it. Okay. So that's the inside of... That's those edges of the feet. Oh, so this one here must be... Oh, that's the other side. What happened to my... where my lip was at? Hold on a second. So this lip... Where's that at? Where did I put that? Okay, that's already over here. Oh. Okay, I put those all together. Okay, hold on a second. So there's that. Just seeing where everything is at real quick. I don't want the same problem that I already have, I guess, as far as creating that dark spot. Okay, what part is that? Now I already confused myself. What the heck is going on here? Okay, that's this edge right there. Got it. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to keep it that way. I'm going to see how it turns out. If it turns out okay, as far as when it renders and when we test it out in game, I'll leave it. But I may not want to keep it that way. May not want to keep it that way. Alright, so these here are both the edges of the feet. Okay, let's bring that over. Now we put the feet right over here. Come on, highlight that. Oh, no, don't do that. Silly goose. Okay, that's that one. That's that one. Okay. So our edges. I want to try to put these together with the foot that it belongs to. Okay, so this one needs to go on that one there. Okay, got it. This one needs to go with that foot. Nail that down. This is a part of this foot. That stilt, or however you want to put it. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, so we'll put that one right there. And we'll put the other set over on this one. Okay. Moving right along. So we're going to put this guy, which should belong with this foot. Yeah, so we're going to put it with this one. That'll work. Again, it all comes down to just having it make sense. When we come in here, you know, if we were to look at this without actually putting a side by side to this, I can look at this UV map once it's all collapsed together, and I can know exactly what's going on with it without even going any further with it. That's really all it comes down to. Wait, did I put that on or off? That's that one. Okay. Oh, did I put that on the wrong one? Well, that's the one side. Alright. Yeah, we'll just put it right here. That's fine. So what'll happen too, watch this. So once I get this in this place here. Okay, now that we got everything in there, we can highlight all of that. We can see where all that's at. The only thing it's not including is as far as this area that has our advertising onto it. Yeah. Okay. We're going to see how well that works out for us. Cool beans. So we didn't really do anything to the model other than the UV map it. So that should be all good. Now, if we collapse this back down, and we'll see what it looks like overall. So collapsed all, yes. Now if we unwrap this, we should see the model in its entirety to include our advertising area. Let's bring in picture. Oh, you know what? I didn't collapse. I know what I didn't do. Hold on. Got ahead of myself. Like, why didn't that work? So what I got to do, I got two different parts in here at the moment, so I got to collapse those two together. Get our hammer out, collapse it, select it. Nice. And then while we're at it, let's reset the X form. Even though we didn't do anything to the model itself other than to just re-UV map it, we're just going to do that just to... Doesn't hurt to do that. Yep, so that's what we like to see. So if this was out of whack, we definitely would need to fix that. But because we got a nice orange boundary, I guess as far as like that, that's kind of our imaginary collision. I use that term loosely. Doesn't actually create a collision where you can interact with it, but it ensures you, I guess, as far as that the model is sound and true to itself. If this bounding box here was out of shape, as far as if it was twisted or whatever like that, then that would be a problem. So that's what we like to see, is just like that. Cool. Let's convert this to a rectangle poly. So that is good to go. We should be able to export this out as an i3D, and we'll put it in the editor and see what's going on. Yeah, let's go put that to the desktop. That'll work. As an i3D. No, I want that one. Get the right one. Okay, there we go. We'll just do this as sign. I'll do sign A. I got two signs I need to work on. I may be able to just use this one to apply a different UV to it, but it will require, yeah, so I'll just do it this way. I'm thinking ahead, I guess, as far as when I do this, because I know I got 2 signs to work on. It's going to be basically the same sign. One's a little bit smaller, but it has different advertising onto it, so it'll have a different texture applied to it as far as the advertising to it. So bare rock logging, though, I'll have to well, it's a logging map. You like the logging? Have you SGT, have you tried out the silver run on the platinum expansion, out of curiosity? I know I haven't. I've seen plenty of gameplay of it, but that's about it. Alright, so we got that spit out. Let's let me bring my desktop up here real quick. Yeah, that'll work. Why does it keep? I don't know why it's doing that. That's kind of annoying. Bring up my window small. I don't like that. You be like that. All right, cool. So we got our sign A. Let's open this up into our Giants editor. So I imagine if you're probably doing some heavy logging on that map, I could totally understand that. Probably got your hands full. Kind of curious. Most people that I know that are into the logging, I guess, as far as for Farm Sim, they have a pretty elaborate setup. A lot of joysticks and stuff like that. Be able to operate all the tools. Oh, you were out smoking. No biggie. I got you. I was just curious if you've tried the Silver Run map. I just assume anyway that as far as you like the logging, guess you're on that bare. What was it? Bare Rock. Never heard of that map, but the fact that there are some pretty solid. The fact that it's got a deer in the sky. That's. I want to say it's probably just a little bit of an oversight on the map creator, I guess, as far as. Didn't understand how that was supposed to be set up. So we got our sign loaded in, and it's still in the location. I think that's the right location. It may not be. I might have to zero that out. I might just do that. Let's do that though. I think I'll zero this back out, and we'll kind of go from there. You started Silver Run, but still working on Bare Rock. Gotcha. So you kind of go back and forth between those? Let's see. So we got that all set up there. It should have rigid body. Yes, so we do want to have collision on it. That's cool. Got the right texture. Yep, so that's good. Let's see, I don't think there's anything else I need to change on this, actually. Other than, I'll probably just go ahead and zero it out. Yeah, let's do that. I'll reset this and put it into our map, which I have that loaded up here. I'll get that same position here. We're going to save our new sign at 0, and then I'll just be able to place it into our map. That'll work. You're gonna log it, level it, and farm on Bare Rock. Nice. So is Bare Rock a relatively flat map, or does it have some lumps and bumps? You like doing contracts and Silver Run and play that on hard? Oh, so you're one of those. I gotcha. So full disclosure, full transparency on this map. If you wanted to play it on hard, it would be pretty challenging. Some of these areas, and we'll be able to see this once we get into the game, but just to kind of pan out here a little bit, right? There's a lot of undeveloped land that's in this fork. So this here marks the original border of the standard map that was created in FS19. So all these trees that we see here around the co-op. So right about in this area, that's the original boundary of the map for the standard map. All of this out here is undeveloped. There's pretty much nothing out here. So that's when I'm still in the process of getting that, and I had to fine tune, I guess, as far as my process to get these areas. So what you'll have to do with these undeveloped areas is you'll actually have to work that land before you can do anything to it. So you'll have some bushes and trees or whatever to clear out, And I've kind of taken the approach. There might be other areas that I'll put in here that'll have a lot more forestry into it. I'm trying not to make it too crazy with trees because there's a limit to how many trees can be on a map, and I don't want to have to require the end user, I guess, as far as to have that mod that allows more trees. I know that's 100% available, but also I'm trying to optimize it so that you don't have ridiculous frame rate loss. So I'm all about keeping it optimized, but also have the functionality, I guess, as far as with, just have enough to do and not get totally bored with it. Yeah. It's all trees and hills. Like, yikes. Yeah, so a lot of those logging maps that I have come across, like Silver Run, have... Now, I don't know how Giants did it, I guess, as far as to have as many trees on Silver Run as they did. I'm sure that's probably why they kind of really tickle, I guess, as far as that limit of trees that you can have on any given map. The one thing I have heard with Silver Run is being able to plant additional trees on top of what's already there. I don't know why you'd want to do that, because there's plenty of trees on the map already. But that kind of clues me in from a map creator standpoint that if a map already has like the max number, the limit that's in the engine, I guess, as far as to allow for trees, before it just taps out and says nope, no more trees. Silver Run seems to have done that. Yeah, and so that's what I've kind of heard in talks, I guess, as far as with people trying to plant more trees after they clear it out, and won't let them because of that limit being reached, I guess, as far as and that limit, I guess, as far as for the number of trees on any particular map, is pretty high. We're talking like, I don't even know what the number is, but it's up there. So to actually hit that cap, I guess, as far as how many trees that can be put on a map, that's, not be able to plant anymore. That's just a crazy thought. Yeah. Yeah, Bear Rock won't let you plant more. I'm going to tell you a little secret, SGT. There is a mod, and I'm not saying you have to do it. I'm just putting it out there. There is a mod that's out there. It's called additional trees or add more trees or something like that, and it's on the official mod hub, right? But it will allow. So if you're on a map like that you want to be able to plant more trees even after you clear some out, that mod basically it unchecks or takes the cap off the limited trees. I'm not saying you have to do it, but there are little quirks, I guess, as far as with mods that are available like that'll allow. So even though it's that you can't, and it kind of coincides with what I was just explaining there. There are mods out there, and that's what it's kind of the scary thing. It's a good thing on one hand, but it's also a scary thing on others, because some of these mods that are out there, especially on the official mod hub, that'll allow you to do things that wasn't normal and designed, with the initial game engine. It's kind of funny. I'm sick of looking at the spruce, and that's probably why you're cutting a lot of them down. Now, probably a good note, the default pines that are in the thing, I don't care for them too much. I don't like the look of them. The spruce actually look better. The spruce, as far as the look of the spruce, and I can kind of show that the Giants editor here real quick. I've got some tree templates in here that I've been playing around with to kind of populate into these undeveloped areas. I really like the spruces, all the stages of the spruces, much more than the pines. Probably nothing that Giants did wrong. It's just that the pines look very stripped down, for lack of a better way to put it. So I'm going to my trees and go to my donors just to kind of show you. I'm going to do a mesh paint here. This is a nice little tool that Giants has done for map creators, I guess, as far as to be able to do things. I tend to use a tree generator script to do massive amount of trees as opposed to the mesh, and sometimes I kind of mix that between that tree generator script and the mesh painting, and it works really nice. It makes the process really. So the pines, for example, I'll get out the stage 5. In fact, hold on, I forgot I got a section in here already started up here. Let's do this. So the stage 5's pines, I don't know if, from what it sounds like on Bear Rock, there it has mostly spruces and probably not as many pines. So let's do this. So these are the pines. That's like one of the higher level pines. It just looks very stripped down. Looks kind of not very pretty, for lack of a better way to put it. So I tend to not like those as much as the spruces. The spruces are really nice trees. So let me look at where I got my spruces. Oh wait, did I forget to? Oh, what did I do? Shoot, I moved some stuff around that I didn't mean to. Hold on. What in the world did I do? Here, let me undo that. What in the heck did I do? So I put... Uh-oh, I moved something I don't remember. Let me figure this out for a second. Why are these outside? Oh, that's my donors, that's why. I was like, what the heck did I do? Alright, so these are my donors. This is what I consider all of my trees that I want to potentially use onto the map. That's kind of my tree templates as far as when I do my tree generator. So yeah, got that switch. So I only got one of each style of tree into that. And that comes from the Elm Creek map. Yeah, so my pines, so the spruces, any level of the spruces are pretty nice. Whoop. So, wait a minute, did I... Good grief, I don't want to screw this up. Alright, so I did put this one into there. Okay, cool. I'm going to get rid of that one. Just got to reset that there for a second. Alright, so we've got spruce stage 1, and let's do a mesh paint. These trees here, I like these a lot. They're just much more full and kind of complete, in my opinion. Yeah, oh, it is a combination of both? Those are the only two on the map. Right, and that's really only by default the two types of coniferous trees, I guess, as far as the needle-bearing trees that are available. Are the spruce and pine, yeah. But I like these spruces much better. All the different levels of the spruce are much better. So let me put in, and I know you're already seeing these, but I'm just kind of showing everybody else too. So you probably won't see a lot of pines on this map. So the stage 3 spruces, that's one of the bigger boys. You're probably seeing a lot of these on Bear Rock. So yeah, just between, so this is like the baby, and then this is the full grown. Those just look so nice, in comparison to the pines anyway, in my opinion. Alright, so let's take those two out. I have some forested areas on this map. So it's got, like I said, it's got a little bit for everybody. So whether or not you want to do productions, if you're just like clearing out land to get it prepped, I guess as far as to be able to farm it, you know, arable farming, you can do that. It's got a little bit for everybody. The fact that it is named Dairyland, I guess as far as for good reason, because it does, the primary concept and influence and inspiration for it is to raise cows. It has 2 cow installations by default. Now you don't start off with, you have to buy those. But there's a smaller one and a bigger one that are in 2 different locations of the map. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. That's the other beauty of this. You can do whatever you want with this. You know, if you just want to come on here and just do the contracts, if you want to buy a piece of land, clear it out to get it prepped, I guess as far as to put, make use of the build mode that's available, brand new, I guess as far as in Farms in 22, you can do that. A lot of flexibility with that. A lot of flexibility with that. So we got the one sign done so far, and I didn't save this yet. Okay, we got it zeroed out. Let's go back over here. Just want to confirm. Nice. All right, let's go ahead and save that. All the settings for that look good. Save as, and I'll save right over this guy. Cool. Now the only other thing I want to do while I still got it in my modeling program is I want to do that other sign. and it is going to be smaller, but I want to at least get it UV mapped, I guess, as far as the texture I want to use for it. Yeah, okay. I'm just kind of thinking out loud. So let's go back to our modeling program, and I just want to apply the texture for that, so I got to find out where I put that. So that should be in my map, and I think I put that into, I gotta remember where I put it. One way I can find out is like this. So I've already got it spit out here as an i3D, which is this guy. And the texture I'm using for it, barn sign diffuse, and that is in my old farm. Okay. Alright, so that's where I know I need to go. Okay, so I should have old farm, and my texture should be right there. Wait, so that is what I want to apply to this one right here. So we're gonna make a new material. I'm gonna go right here, and I'm just gonna change some, go this way. Okay, and we want to rename this as barn sign mat. And I want to put these particular names to it, so I don't want it to step on anything else that's in the map, so I make it unique to that, so it doesn't tend to want to put a different material name onto something that's already in the map. So I get very particular of what I do the material names, because sometimes if you name it too close, I guess as far as something else, or exactly the same as something else, some models will have that texture for the same type of material name, apply that texture to it, and it may not be the one that you want. So you got to be very specific on that. Okay. So now that we got that assigned, we need to point to that texture in our map, and that is going to be right here, and this feller. Now I can apply that to the model. Now the mappings are going to be much the same. It's just going to have different advertising on it, but it's going to be a different size too. I'll be able to scale it down within the editor itself. Alright, so that's applied. That looks good, at least so far. And just want to rename this feller. Yep, let's do that. So we'll do this one as barn sign. Oops, helps if I spell it right. This is all just for clarity, I guess, as far as from the modeling standpoint anyway. Okay, do that, and then we should be able to spit that one out. So all it was a matter of just changing the texture and the name of the model so that the game understands, I guess, as far as, you know, what it is. It's its own entity, I guess, as far as in comparison to something else. We'll do export that out, and we'll do this as sign B. Doesn't really matter what I name these i3s, because once we get it into the map, we don't need them anymore. Export that. Cool. Alright, so now we'll open that up in a separate session of the Giants editor. Go to our desktop. That should be right here. Let's open this up and make sure this is all good to go. Appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, as far as after Deuce's raid. And anybody else that's coming in new that hasn't said anything. If you're liking what you see, feel free to say hi. We don't bite unless you want us to. Okay, barn sign. So it's got the right texture. Cool. It does have the rigid body. We'll have collision onto it, so we won't be able to just drive through it. But we'll have some physicality to it. That's good. We'll go ahead and zero it out. Cool, and there's our sign. This will be, like I said, it'll be a different size. It's smaller than the other sign, but like I said, we'll be able to scale that down once we bring it into the map. Okay, that's all good. So we'll go ahead and save that one. Right over top of sign B. Marvelous. Okay. Cool. all done there. Let's close that out. Now we go into our map and we'll bring this guy in. Now I have this located at the co-op. I want to be able to put that shape for our model into our co-op, which is under our buy and sell areas. It'll be right here. So we want to replace this sign with our new one. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring that in. That one's sign A. Okay, put that from there and plop her into here. Now it's not going to be in the position because I zeroed it out. That's fine. We'll be able to put it where we want it. But I'm going to use this old rendition of the sign as my guide. So what I can do actually is take these coordinates. Oh, another thing I forgot to do was reset the clip. I got to do that too. We don't want it this high of a clip. We don't need to be able to see this sign from across the map. So 200 meters should be fine. Yeah, so we'll do that too. So I'm just going to copy all these translates from our previous rendition of our sign. And that should get us in the right spot. So I probably didn't necessarily need to zero it out. Probably force a habit to do that. Because I want to make sure I can get it into the right spot. Cool. Nice, and so I didn't actually, so it's in position, that's our new sign, that's the old sign. But this one actually had a rotation into it, which I don't need anymore. Okay. Cool beans. Alright, so we can get rid of the old sign. Now, let's take a look at our new sign and see if we still got that dark spot. It's still there. You son of a gun. So it didn't actually fix that. You dirty rat. I don't know what is going on with that then. I was hoping maybe for sure the UV unwrap would fix it, but it still has not. So we might have to redo that that poly altogether. That's what it's looking like anyway. So this, it's not all for naught. We actually had to confirm whether or not the UV mapping, redoing the UV mapping would fix it. It's still there though. So it didn't fix it. So I'm thinking that's probably a broken poly. So the fact that we got those N-gons in there like I was showing earlier is probably what the problem is. So I'll probably have to recreate that poly. Alright, so let's do that now that we have come to that conclusion. Okay. That's kind of unfortunate in a way, but this is what happens, I guess, as far as when we're modeling. Sometimes if it doesn't fix it, we got to take a different approach. Okay, so we want to put the previous texture of this one, do our co-op sign. Start back from here. Okay. And I want to rename this guy. Awesome. Now, so what I'm going to do at this point, now that we've confirmed that it did not fix that dark spot in here. Now, it turns out to be when we're in game, this is actually very noticeable. So when you spawn in, which is generally over here, and you walk, you can see it from where you spawn in. That's how bad it is. That's the only reason why it's just like that has to be fixed. That just looks horrible. So it doesn't look as bad in the editor here as it does in game. So once it applies all that dynamic lighting and shading, the shaders that are in, you know, as far as the game mechanics, it definitely just accentuates it. It's not a very good look. Not a very good look at all. Alright, so the next approach we're going to take here is kind of what I kind of touched on prior to redoing the UV mapping. We're going to rebuild these polys. So, go back to editable poly. We're going to take these N-gons, for example, and we're going to create a new poly based on probably this edge here. Yeah, let's try that. And I should only have to do it to this one part there where it's showing dark, but I might just go all the way around the outside of this frame just to make sure. Might just do that. But I'm going to do one set at a time. So we'll delete those. Okay. Well, it's kind of hard to tell, but you can see the feet, how they're inside the frame. I've totally removed that poly there. So what I'm going to do at this point, grab this edge off the bottom here and make a new poly. So it's call it a patch, if you will. It's kind of what we're doing. Okay, so I'm going to vertex and I want to snap that one to there. Okay. Now this will create what is a true polygon, which is a four-sided item, as opposed to an n-gon. Like so. So now we have is one solid poly. There's no n-gons anymore, so there's no split in it anymore. Hopefully maybe that'll fix it. So I think that's what I'm going to do. The entire side of this here the same way. So the uprights and up here I'll do the same thing. Just to kind of eliminate any potential broken polys there. Let's have these two. Let's turn our vert snap off. Same thing there. Take those out, and then we'll grab. I know it's hard to see because it's white, and I apologize for that. But we want to grab this edge and make sure we get the right edge. Nope, that's not the edge I want. This edge. And make sure I get the right edge. Let's put it into wire. Nope, that's not the one I want either. Hold on. That's the back side. So we want to get. Gotta make sure I get the right edge. I want the bottom. I want the bottom. This one right there. Is that the one I want? We got a lot of n-gons in this thing here, so yeah, that should be the one I want right there. So that one that's in red, I'll be able to make a new poly off of that to be able to close that back up. Making sure here. Be able to select this poly. So that's the lip. And that should be empty. That's the other lip on the other side, and that's our top. Okay. I think what I'll do is I'll actually take it from the top. Let's go from this edge. Right there. Cool, that'll work. Let's go back to shaded. And we'll pull this down. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, now we'll go into vertex. Snap this one here. It's got a corner. Got a miter right there, so we definitely want to make sure we maintain that. Not having any overlap because as far as to our new poly and the existing polys. Do that on the other end. This guy needs to come down to there. Cool. Alright, so we got that side. Now we'll do the uprights and do the same thing. Okay, so we got that and that. Delete those out. And then we should be able to get. Gotta find the right edge. That is not the edge. Okay, hold on. Let's grab this edge. Let's go back on a wire real quick. Yeah, so I got two choices. I can either take outside of the frame or on our lip, which is right there. I think I'll do it on the outside part of the frame. That'll work. Yeah. Okay, so we'll pull that out, make a new poly. Now, the other thing I need to make sure, I'll do that after I set this one in place. I need to make sure that they're always turned the right way and it's not flipped, otherwise it'll be hollow. Don't want that. Okay, let's make sure it's snapped to the right spot. Alright, so let's see, which way is this poly facing? I think that's right. Yep. So if it's dark like this, that means it's flipped the wrong way. This would be the right way. So let's check this one too. That one's that way. Yep, so that one's good. And let's check the one on the bottom. And that one should be good as well. So I'm gonna do this other upright, and that'll finish that off. If anybody's feeling left out, I guess as far as I'm doing this stuff here, we do have crayons. Especially if you're following the channel, you do have some follower emotes, I guess, as far as to utilize and keep yourself busy. We also have mini chat games. So if you want to, you are earning yourself units of fluids as the stream is live. You can check mine out. You can actually play some slots for 10 units of fluids per play. If you can get a ooh, look at that! I got a that's totally that's his Lucker's draw there. So that'll earn you. So if you get any three emotes, as far as in a row, will earn you units of fluid. And we do use those units of fluids for special events here on the channel. There is, since we did hit the follow goal, I guess as far as of last week. As far as the end of the last week, we tried to do a game giveaway, I guess, as far as yesterday, but there wasn't too many people. So if you got enough participants here, I guess as far as to engage, I guess as far as any game giveaway, and it's in the form of a Steam game code that you can do whatever you like with it. That's just to show my appreciation for those that have supported the channel and hitting those follower goals and such. So if anybody's interested, I'll definitely get that one. I'll get that rolling. You just let me know. I'm gonna leave it up to everybody that's still sticking around. But we have the slots. Let's see what other ones we got. We got plenty of mini games you can play. So there's the slots. You can risk some of your fluids. You can risk them just like gambling, or you can give yourself a shot, which is on reserve, so that's kind of a premium thing. So I got nothing on it. So the bot's being a little bit stingy, I guess, as far as on the shots. You can get up to 100 units of fluid on the shot. You can only give yourself one of those every few minutes if you're sticking around. And then if none of those tend to work out for you, you can always try to slap the bot up a little bit by hold on a second here. So is that one even working? This is probably a good thing I'm checking these. Okay, I don't know if that one's not working. Hold on a second. Let me check my bot here for a second. Alright, let's see if my bot is not working here as far as is that command not working? Give me a sec. Oh. Do. Okay, that should be working now. Let's try this. So, if at any point those aren't working, you should be able to scold the bot. And he still gave me nothing. So, sometimes, I guess the bot's just being a little bit grumpy today. And it's understandable. It's very understandable. But feel free to use those mini chat games to kind of supplement units of fluid, if you'd like to. So where were we at? So we were in the process of rebuilding our new poly. So we want to go to edge, grab this outside edge, Alright, we're going to turn our vert snaps off and create a new poly based on that edge. Like so. Alright, so now we can go back to vertex and snap that vertex in this position. I want to make sure it gets snapped to the right spot because we got that lip on there. Yep, that's where I want it snapped. Cool. We'll do that on that bottom end here. There we go. So we got our new poly there. Let's make sure that's flipped the right way. Like it is. I think we're Gucci. Nice. So hopefully that'll fix any artifacting that we had on our sign model here. Cool. Let's I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to delete these previous renditions of our sign. Where's the shapes file for? Hold on. Let me resort that. I guess they got all out of whack there. The barn sign. Sign A. Yeah. I want to delete this rendition. I'll do that for sign B as well. I already know that's going to be the case. Let's do that. Okay. Got it. Now what I can do is actually spit this out. Oh, you know what? That's not what I meant to do at all. I did the wrong ones. Un momento. So I need to... So at this point I should just be able to overwrite the ones that I got there. Okay, cool. We'll do that. That's fine. That's fine. Let's do... export. Right over top. This guy. Yes, please. Export that. And then we'll open that up. Refresh that. So let's open up our new i3D. And let's make sure that's all good to go. Oh, what's taking that so long to load up? Come on, let's go. Huh. I don't know why that's being so slow. Anyway, there's our sign. Zero it back out. Which I probably don't really need to do, but just for clarity in here. Okay. So, it's actually showing in here. Let me double check. So it doesn't seem to be, let me put a light on this. Seems to be not there anymore. Alright, let's bring it in the map and see if it tends to stay that way. Let's see here. We got that where it needs to be. That's all good. And okay, let's save that. Yes, please. Okay, let's bring this one into our map. Okay, so we'll basically just redo, I guess, as far as what we already got in there. Import this sign. Cool. And put it in the position. Okay, so that's our new sign there on the bottom. At this point, I'm wondering if I did actually take out the wrong one. Anyway, we got it nice and fixed up now, so I think we're good. Alright, so let's get this coordinates. Yeah, I'm thinking those coordinates were probably fine. I didn't really need to zero those out, but yeah, I do need to reset the clip. 100. Don't need that high of a clip on this thing. In any case, we should have that all nice and cleaned up now. Cool. So that's our new sign. This is our old sign. Let's take this one out. That's our new sign. And, god dang it, it's still in there. That is so weird. I don't know why it's doing that. This is frustrating. So even fixing that poly that way, it still hasn't removed that. Let me try something here. Doesn't have anything to do with the shadowing. I guess we'll just have to test that in game and see how it actually presents itself. But for some reason, it's still there. And at this point, I'm not really sure why. Not really sure. Alright, I guess we'll just have to try it in game and see how it looks. Oh, wait a minute. Do we got a problem on this side now? Uh-oh. Oh, great. So we got... we now got dark spot on this side now. Oh, no. Did I break it even further? Alright, well, I guess we'll just have to test it in game and see how it looks there. But it's looking like I've got dark spots, I guess, as far as on this side now. You dirty, rotten thing, you. This is definitely broken here. What the heck is going on? Oh my. I think I broke this even further than what I had. Okay. What in the world is happening? See that break right there? That's not good. Not good, not good. Huh. Okay. That's definitely not good. So what we need to do... How's this side looking? Yeah, we got a nasty dark spot. Oh my. Huh. So it's either a combination of what I've rebuilt, I guess, as far as with these polys here, or the retexture mapping of that too is causing all that. This is definitely from me touching the model itself. I didn't snap that right, so that's on this corner. Am I not doing the right side? Hold on a second. That would suggest it's right over here. Let's see what we got going on. Let's see here. That would be right over in here. Did I mess that up? I think I did. Sure did. Holy crap. What in the heck did I do there? Here, let me render that real quick. I know it's hard to see, I guess, as far as with it being all white, but... that definitely has a hole there, so that's the hole. Oh wow, that's a bad render. Hold on a second. Let me switch this to... that one there. Yep, definitely a hole there. Okay. So, is it the new poly that I created, or... what's that? I think that's related to this poly. Question is, how did that get that way? I must not have snapped that side, I guess, as far as to the right. That's about all. Alright, so let's go to vertex. What I might need to do at this point to make sure that I get the right vert is I'll have to detach this. Yep, let's detach this piece. Okay. So that's object 1. Let's affect that pivot, put it there. Alright, so now that I know I've got the right piece and the right vert. Yep, I definitely screwed that one up. Alright. We're gonna fix that. That needs to snap right there. And now if we render it again, we shouldn't have that hole there. Okay. We don't have any black. So that should be good. So have I been working on the wrong side of this here? I thought it was this side. Must be actually the other side. We might have to do the same thing on the other side, I guess, as far as to recreate those polys. What I don't like what's happening is the fact that this is getting dark like this. That's not good. That's not a good sign. The only thing we can hope for is that it doesn't actually present itself when we try to test it out in the game. Right, I'm going to do one more thing as far as to do the same thing on this side, because we're still trying to get this dark spot fixed. We haven't done that yet, so I guess that was the other side. Okay. We already got all these done. Okay, I can read it. Now let's read it. Let's put this back together. So we'll do that. Lap selected. Cool. And let's make sure this it's all good. Convert that back to an editable poly. And let's reset the X form. Okay, that looks good. Alright. Now, we're going to try and do the same thing on this side as we did with the other side, is to create new polys. Let's see what that does. Hopefully it doesn't break it further. I don't know why it would, but apparently it seems to be. Okay, so we're going to do these one at a time, just like we did on the other side. We'll grab this edge. Okay. Create a new poly based on that edge. Vertex, we'll vert snap that. Make sure we get it snapped to the proper vert. That should be that fellow. Okay, that looks good. It's a lot of rinse and repeat as far as with these processes, as far as to get things the way they need to be. Lots of rinse and repeats with that piece. Put it right there. Nope, see that snapped to the wrong one. That's what we want. Oh shoot, that still didn't do it right. What the heck is going on? Where did you snap that? That should be it right there. Alright, cool. That should work. That's flipped the right way. Cool. We got our lip. Right there. Cool. That's all looking good, at least from this end. Alright, so that's one poly. Let's get the one at the top. And then we'll do the uprights. Let's turn our vert snaps off. That. Find our edge to that top piece. Oh my. What is going on with... Yeah, that's the lip on that side. Okay. Got it. Okay, that is... Oh, that should be good. So we want to get this edge right there. Pull that down, make a new poly, vertex, and then snap these into place. Okay, we want to snap that one to right there. Cool. Yep, that should be good. Oops, go to the other end. Snap that guy right over to there. That looks good. Now let's check our poly. That looks marvelous. Cool. Alright, so in theory that should all be good to go there for the top and bottom of that. Let's do the uprights. We'll do these here. that the right one? Yeah, the fact that we even have these end guns makes it a little bit irritating. Okay, so we need to get rid of that. And that. And we'll grab this edge. Yep. Pull that out, make a new poly. Turn our vert snaps off for a second. Snap this guy. Nope, not angle snap. That looks good. Do the bottom. So this guy. That to there. Good to go. Now, let's get to the other side. Let's check our poly. That's our fresh new poly. That's a true poly. No end guns in that one. Alright, cool. Now, to this side. We need that piece and that piece gone. Put an edge. So we get the right edge. Turn those vert snaps off for a second. We good? Pull that out. A lot more repair than I was expecting to have to do, but seems to be all out of necessity. That definitely didn't snap it to the right one. We need to snap it to that one. There we go. Otherwise we'll end up with a hole like we did in that other one. We already fixed that, so that's good. Okay, we'll have to snap that one to right there. Wait. First snaps off. Let's check our poly. That is flipped the right way. Sweet. Alright, so we got practically almost a whole new frame at this point. Cool. Let's go ahead, check our translate. That's good there. And our X-form. Okay, that looks solid. Alright, spit that guy out. So we'll do export. We're gonna get this right, I guess, as far as at some point. Right over top of that one. Peppers. Alright, let's open that one up. And that's gonna be this guy. Give that a second to load up. How many we got hanging out, I guess, as far as so far? Hopefully we didn't lose too many. We're going to be getting in and doing some testing in the map here, I guess, as far as once we get this all situated. Wait, did that open? Oh, it did. Cool. Let me see if this is the same transit. So 1240, 42, 1788. I might be able to just leave that. Let me check it real quick. Yep, I can leave that. So I'm going to leave that translate in there. I'm not going to zero it out. That should put it right into position. I'll rename this. We do have a rigid body to give us our collision. That's cool. Got the right texture on it, so let's go ahead and save that. So, main difference is now is I won't need to reapply that that translate is legit. Yes. Okay. Now we can go ahead and bring this one in. Let's see what we got. Once I get this one sign established, I'll be able to apply that other texture to it and be able to make our smaller sign for our other area of the map. Put that into here. And that should be right in place. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, that translates. So I just got to redo the clip. Don't need it that big. Now let's see. So we can delete this one and see what we got now. That dark line is now gone. That's a good sign. How does it look like on the other side? Oh, wow. I think we might have fixed it, folks. I think we might have finally fixed it. No more dark around the frame. I think we might be Gucci. It looks to be like we are Gucci. Nice. So yep, that dark strip that we saw on that side there is no longer there. Oh, as well as anywhere else. We don't see any dark areas in the frame. So I think we fixed all of our issues there. Sweet business. Alright, so let's go ahead and make our other sign. Okay, and then we'll apply our texture, which is this filler. Okay, and we'll split that one out. So the translate on this one should be different because the translate that I got on this sign is going to be related, I guess, as far as to the one that's at the co-op. I don't want that, so we'll probably have to change it on this one, but that'll be fine. That'll be fine. We also have to adjust the scale of it too once we get it in there. Okay, so let's go ahead and open that one up. Oh, that is our barn sign. Get that to load up. Man, we're already 2 hours into this. That's crazy. I think about it. Can I open? Oh, there it goes. Where'd it go? All right, there's our sign. So this one's going to have this the translate. This one I can definitely zero out. This is not going to be the translate that I want on this side. Okay, so we got proper deal there. Sweet. That. Okay, got it. So we got a file, save as. That'll go on our barn sign. Yes, sir. Oh, I didn't adjust the clip on this one. Let me do that real quick. This one, same thing as the other one. We'll do 200 clip on it. Work. And let's resave that. And then this one we'll be able to bring in our map. Bring this bad boy into our map. Now that one's going to go over. Let me see here. That's going to be over here. Right in this spot. This feller. This is the one we want to replace too. This one was based on the same sign over at the co-op, and it definitely has that same issue. Prior was changing it with that dark spot. Yeah, we had some broken polys on our frame. So let's get this one replaced out. That's going to be this filler. Yeah, so I did rescale. Oh, I left it at this. Okay, wasn't sure how I did that before. Alrighty then, so we can kind of use this sign that's currently in place as a guide, I guess, as far as for how we set this new one up. Our replacement, anyway. Like that, and put that into here. Yeah. And we'll put that right below this one. Now, it's generally in the right spot, but we're going to go ahead and use oh, I see what I did. Oh yeah, let's use these translates and apply it to our new one, our replacement. Yeah. Yeah, so you can see how much more scale it needs to be. So we got the scale values, I guess, as far as in here, so we'll just be able to use those. That should be fine. Alright, and I think we got a little bit of rotation in this thing too. 180 on both and 89, okay. wonder if I can just put the 89. Okay, no, I can't. So I have to do the 180. And, oh, wait a minute, that's not right. That definitely ain't right. Alright. Okay, let me reset these rotates here. So the rotates might be a little bit different now that we've remodeled it. Not a big deal though. Alright, let me get the scale. So we got 615 on this. Okay. And 517. And then we can deal with the rotation. Wait, that didn't work out right. What the heck? Okay, that didn't scale it right. Nope. So that went on. Okay, so I could probably do this on the X then. Got it. That's what I need to do. Okay, cool. That actually turned out pretty good right there. And leave it just like that. I guess the rotation, I guess, as far as got a little bit readjusted there. That's fine. That'll work. So that's our old one. Take that one out. Now there's our new one. And let's take a look here. We'll be able to test this out in game too to make absolutely sure it's gonna be good to go. But it's looking good so far, at least in the editor. Full beans. All right. Let's go back over to co-op sign here. Let's go back over here, and we'll go ahead and save the map. Now, because we made these changes to the map itself or whatever, we're gonna have to bring this over to our mods folder. Right now, we're working out of our edit folder, I guess, as far as for the map. So I'll be able to pull back up, I guess, as far as our mods folder for our map, make sure everything on our updates to the map are solid, and then kind of go from there. All right, let's close that up. Let's do a file, save as. Go to our map and save that up. Check out the fruits of our labor. Yes, please. All right, give that a second to save. Look, we've had probably a few people probably dropped off there, and it's very understandable. I know this time here, everybody's trying to wind down, kind of chillax, probably having dinner and all that stuff, and totally understandable. I know it's kind of an odd time to be doing this types of thing. It's very understandable. Okay, so we got the map saved. We can go ahead and close it out. We'll get this tested out. We'll leave this open for now. So we need to get some things moved over. Let me switch screens and show you what's going on over there. Okay then. Whoop. We gotta go. So we're in our edit folder. So we need to bring this whole map over to our mods folder. But before we do that, we want to take out this copy. Pull that right out of there. That's our double check copy that we know it works, nothing's broken. And we'll bring over our new map. Map save. Copy this folder over to our mods folder. It'll take it a second. Got a little bit of cleanup, I guess, as far as to do in the folder once we go in there. So I got some files in there that are still using. It has to do with the replaceable sheds that'll be built into the map and other buildings. So there'll be some things you don't have to rely necessarily on some of the mod packs that are out there for buildings, although you can still use those if you choose. There's going to be some custom stuff that's going to be built into the map. It'll give you a little bit more versatility, I guess, as far as Alright, so let's go in here and do some cleanup. So this list will probably grow of how many items in there. This is the majority of the sheds and whatever that are already a part of the pre-placed farms, which there's 11 of them, I guess, as far as to choose from. So you won't be able to buy back the farms that are preset in its entirety, but the individual pieces, buildings and such, you will. Oops, I don't want that one. Alright, so that should be all the cleanup I need to do there. Well, that should be good. Now we should be able to go right into the game and try it out. Let's go see the fruits of our labor, as I like to call it. Let's do it. This is the fun part, I guess, as far as being able to go into the game and actually see how everything's looking once we do the work. So on a new save, actually I'm going to turn up game sounds here a little bit. Whoops, that's not the one I wanted. Let me adjust my audios here real quick. There we go. Alright, so on a new game save, new farmer. Load up our map. And we'll check the devlog, make sure we don't have any serious problems. So if we get a lot of red, that's definitely a good thing. So that one warning that comes up there, that is related to the edit to the mechanics of the animal food, mainly the cows. Everything checks out. It was the same type of issue that propagated, I guess, as far as even in Farm Sim 19. So even in this new engine that Giants has there, when you edit the default mechanics, I guess, as far as to the animal food, it doesn't like that. So that's the only reason it's got that warning. So yeah.
Evan the Bandito says, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? He would chuck. He would, as much as he could, and chuck as much wood as a woodchuck would if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Oh my goodness, man. If you didn't take advantage of how the TTS works there, how are we doing there, Evan? Oh my goodness, that was a mouthful. How long did it take you to actually type that out? Check your spelling and all that. That's what I'd like to know. Anyway, you're just in time, I guess, as far as for me to check out how our map's looking here. Oh, we got all the edits applied. Alright, so we got no other warnings or errors. That's a good sign. Let's see what we got here. So first thing I want to do is turn off autosave. You just got home? No, what I want to know is how long did it take you to actually type that out to make sure TTS was going to say that right. Nightmare of a day? Yeah, you too? Yeah, same here. It was definitely a Monday. Definitely a Monday. I don't know, maybe it's kind of cliche, but yeah. It was a heck of a day for myself as well. So it's just kind of fun come in here and do a little bit of map stuff. Alright, so we turned autosave off. So here we are in the map. So immediately what I want to go check is our sign that we redid. So we got our 2 signs that we created. Second here, just got to adjust some things. Still having problems with my earbuds. Don't want to stay in my freaking ears. I don't understand that. I've gone through so many different types of earbuds, I guess, as far as to get them to stay in my dang daggone ear. Drives me nuts. Alright, so let's go check our sign out over here. So we got a little bit of traffic going through town. Oh, there's that. Oh yeah, that looks so much better. Oh man. Yeah, that was definitely worth fixing that up there. So we don't have all the dark lines and craziness going around the frame. Let's check this side. Oh yeah, that looks really good. Cool. One of the other things I'll probably end up doing here, there is some lighting in this area, but it might be kind of dim. So I might be adding some more lighting, I guess, as far as to put some light on this sign. So the other one we want to check is over on the other end of the map. Let's go check that out. That's going to be on over here. Let's see here. So got the wood chip cell. That's pretty close to with the net proximity. This is something that's new that I've added to this as far as the heat for this. This is where you sell your wood chips. So if you chop your trees down, if you got some wood chips or whatever, you can sell those right there, as well as your logs over here. Over at the Dairyland sawmill. Cool. Still got a lot of development to do on the north end of the map. You can see how it's pretty, I'm thinking I'm probably going to do something a little bit different with the background for it. This was just something I've been playing around with. It just looks like it goes off to infinity, I guess, as far as a little too much. So I'll probably be doing a little bit more something different with that. Absolute nightmare of a day. It took a while. The sprayer kept breaking, and the hose popped off and sprayed me head to toe with fiberglass. That doesn't sound good at all. The job site is a swamp from all the rain. Skid steer got stuck, then the lift got stuck, then our truck got stuck, and the recovery truck got stuck. Jeez, oh Pete. Then I got stuck and took a swim in the mud. Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, your day was a lot worse than mine. Mine was more. It was more like a lot of libel and slander. You know, just name calling and finger pointing and stuff like that for things I did do and didn't do and so on and so forth. It's just like, yeah, I don't really want to go into it, but it definitely presented itself to be a pretty good Monday as far as in the cliche term. Yeah, this turned out pretty good too. Nice. Cool. So I think we fixed our issue, I guess, as far as our sign. Our signs are looking pretty good. So just as the sign says, this spot here will take straw grass, regular hay, straight up alfalfa hay, and also silage. And then you can do your bales. If you got bales of the different types, those go over here. Nice. Cool beans. Alright, so we still got some development to do over here behind our street. A lot of this land can be purchased, I guess, as far as, so like over here it can definitely be purchased, and a lot of undeveloped stuff. I'm thinking next, now that we've got the signs fixed here, I wouldn't mind getting into sprucing up, I guess, as far as a lot of these undeveloped areas. Still got to fix grass field that helper plowed. Oh yeah, you told me about that one. Good help is so hard to find sometimes. Yeah, I know you mentioned that to me offline, off stream. All right, cool. We can get out of this, and yeah, I think what we'll do next into the map. That's a pretty solid test. Is we'll get into utilizing my workflow, I guess, as far as for these undeveloped areas. Yeah. Full beans. And this one earbud is driving me absolutely bonkers. It does not want to stay in my ear for some freaking reason. And so it's just kind of extending, I guess, as far as the frustrations that I've been having on this Monday. So give me a second. Bear with me. You just said, screw this guy, I'm making my own path. Yep. And see, that's the problems I've been having myself, I guess, as far as with... so you've got the hired help. That's just the, you know, the one we come to know. But you have the one where you can actually task it to, you know, take your stuff, I guess, as far as from one point to the other. That's a whole new dynamic for 22. Either way, getting the AI to do, you know, and fine-tune those is... It's kind of a tough thing, not only from the end user standpoint, but also from a map creator standpoint. It's a nightmare, I guess, as far as to get the AI, I guess, as far as to respond properly. All right, let's switch this back over. Okay, so we're done with our sign. our sign is pretty much good to go. So that didn't take too long. It only took a couple hours. I know we did kind of chit chat here a little bit, so yeah. Okay. All right. So I think what I'll go ahead and do is reset this out. We don't need this anymore. Don't save that. That's all good, and I'll leave it open, at least for now. We are going to get back into the map here real quick. Let me check some things here on the map. So I need to check some. I think it should be good to go. I just want to double check it and make sure. I don't want any crazy texture locations, I guess, as far as inside my map. You ended winter off of 5 million. Holy crap. So I'm assuming you started in August by default on New Farmer, and then just went all the way through winter. 5 million? Holy crap. So correct me if I'm wrong, I guess, as far as you were on Western Wilds, right? I think at one point you were on the default Elm Creek. I'm just looking through here to make sure. So yeah, as you can tell as I scroll through the guts, I guess, as far as our map, most everything that's on the map is reading through the game itself. There are some custom things on here for sure, but I've kind of balanced that out to where it's not like overly crazy, I guess, as far as with custom textures and such. A lot of it, as you see, is all dollar data, which is all game stuff. So a lot of our trees and stuff like that, that's all reading from the game. So what I'm looking through here is really quick as far as to see we don't have any. So this is where it gets into our custom textures for the map. I'll probably be changing this up just a little bit more before it's all said and done, but yeah. This is all of our custom textures. So I'm just double checking that there's no crazy locations on here. So if we got a really long deal in here, we definitely need to address that. So far, looking good. Our water plants, placeable stuff, nice. Nope, so we're all good to go here. Nice. That all checks out. Sweet. Alright, let's open up our map. And let's see if we can't put some foliage and such, I guess, as far as in our undeveloped areas. You went back to Western Wilds, our old world. Just made a bunch of silage in production. So was it on the same save? Or was it a brand new one? Alright, let's open up the map. Oh, on the same save? Nice. I don't even remember where we ended up with, I guess, as far as last time you played that. So the fact that you ended winter, I guess, as far as the 5 million. So I'm assuming you probably did like the gold and all that stuff. Right. I don't even remember what that is. I still got that save. I just haven't had any reason to go back into that because I've been kind of focusing, I guess, as far as in getting this map completed. So where I find my playtime, I guess, as far as in the map, is actually testing it out. Okay. Here we are back in the map. So we got our signs done. Satisfied with that. That's all good to go. Just had planted potatoes and oats. Yeah, we had those 2 fields and then the 2 grass fields. From what I remember. Loosely remember. I don't remember what dollar amount we were at. I want to say we were somewhere around 3 million. Maybe a little bit more or less. So the fact that you made a couple million more getting to the end of winter. Okay, so something else I haven't really figured out what I want to put for the animal dealer in town. I do have some options. Might plop that in here real quick just to kind of see if that's what I'll go with. So it's something from in-game. You know, from in one of the default maps. I don't know if it's going to be too big. Let me check it out real quick and just see how that'll work out. Just gotta remember where I put the darn thing. So it should be... I think I put that bad boy in here somewhere. Yep, my Elm Creek exports, buildings. I think it's in here. So the stable and the shack, I think. Still to apply. Yeah, this fella right there. Let's bring that in. Let's see what this looks like. So this is coming from, I think, the Elm Creek map. Let's put this into place here and just to see how this looks. See if it's something we want to go with. Once you get this map up, I'll probably start fresh. Yeah, so done a lot of testing, I guess, as far as at least a new farmer. At least a new farmer. Yes, definitely. All the moose. Hence the name, Dairyland. 4x at this point, so let's put this into position. Yeah, so on that note, I guess as far as like that, I think I've mentioned it, but I'll mention it again. I had a goal set, I guess, as far as to have this out by spring, which really is next week when you think about it. It's probably going to be a little bit longer than that. I just don't have a lot of things done just yet. I mean, the map is totally playable, don't get me wrong, but there's still some things that I want to do just to kind of fix it up. Namely, like I already mentioned, I guess as far as the background there, see how it just looks like it goes on to an infinity? I don't like the look of that, so that's something else I want. So here's a couple of the undeveloped areas, I guess, as far as that you can buy, clear it out. You have to spend a little bit of time to clear this out to be able to use it for what you want. So if you want to make a field out of this, you can do that. My workflow for this, I want to get into that too, I guess, as far as to add. So I got a tree generator and foliage generator, I guess, as far as that'll work on this map. And it works well. I've already done 2 areas. So yeah, I might get into that for a little bit. So you can kind of see how that process works. So feel free to stick around if you want to see that. So see, as you get closer down the road here, it tends to populate in. When you're further back, obviously, see how that distance stuff tends to go away. I want to fix that. So it's only when you get like way into town like this, it just looks so desolate out there. That's what I don't like. So I'll probably end up doing a combination of redoing the outside parameter, outside border, the distance blending and all that type of stuff, as far as the clip distances. See, as you can tell, as you get further out, a lot of that distance goes away, and it just, I don't like that. It bugs me. I know it's pretty well optimized, I guess, as far as to maintain a good level of frame rates, I guess, as far as by having it that way, but it just makes the map look kind of blah, as far as when you look out that way. Alright, so here's our animal auction thing. This is coming from, I believe it was Elm Creek. So we're going to see how this looks here. Actually, it's not quite as big as I thought it was going to be. I thought this was going to be massive. It looked pretty massive when I exported it out. Let's see how this looks, though. You might maybe end up going with this. This might not be a bad option. Huh. Okay. I might have to clean up the ground, I guess, as far as that. So the previous deal that I had in here, it had a lot of... so there was a custom sound in here, too, for some moves going on there. So that's something else I want to... I haven't quite figured out, I guess, as far as how to get the custom sounds in here. It seems to be a little bit different. They don't play in the Giants editor like they used to, as far as when I created this for 19. So I need to play around with that a little bit, I guess, as far as to get some custom sounds into this area, as well as other areas, I guess, as far as to get some ambient sounds going. What's going on there, Scrubbly? Coming in as a first-time chatter. Moo Moo Land, exactly. So however you want to go about that. And keeping in mind, though, that even though it is highly steered around, I guess, as far as how, just doing cows and livestock or whatever, you don't have to play it that way. That's the versatility that's in here. You can just variable farm if you just want to farm the fields and not do any animals at all. to include the cows, you can do that. I want to make that abundantly clear. Just because it's Dairyland and it's highly designed, I guess, around the whole concept, I guess, of cows, you don't have to do those. That's not to discourage, but also to not be intimidating either, I guess, as far as to say, oh, so I guess that means I gotta do cows. No, you don't. Chilling. How are you, man? We're doing good. Scrubbly, we're just trying to vibe in here. We're trying to get over our Monday blues. A lot of us, I know Evan's had a day, I've had a day. It just felt good, I guess, as far as to just come in here and get into my happy zone. And this is where I find my good vibes. So the only thing it looks like I'll need to do here is just kind of edit the ground to accommodate this new building. I think we might go with this. What do y'all think? What's going to be nice is there's no additional texture weight that I'll add to the map. I'll make it nice and optimized as far as to use something. I might go ahead and redo this logo on here if I can. That would probably be the only change I would do to it. Let's see, does it give me the option to do that? Let's take a look here. Decals. Can we turn them off? Sure can. Alright, cool. Let's see what we got in here. So I had to do the same thing on... Yep, so there's the brand logo. Sweet, so I can do something. Where's that texture at? Scales A, let me see where that's at. That might be the only texture we'll have to bring into the map. What have you been up to then, Scrubbly? Just other than chilling. Moo Moo map for the Moo Moo cows, right? Yeah. You betcha. Alright, so let me take a look at this texture. Appreciate you dropping on in. Everybody dropping on in, I guess, as far as to see what that. Alright, so that was called Animal Trader Decal A. Where that bad boy at? Is it in here? It's not in here. Decal Animal Trader Decal. So it must be in props. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Data maps, textures. Nope, it should be in the root of that textures. Okay. I wasn't seeing it. Where's that? Animal Trader Decal A. Where the heck are you at? Probably staring right at it. Auction Hall. Where's Decal A? Am I freaking blind? What the heck? Map US. Textures. Animal Trader Decal A. Oh, it is down here. Got it. Okay, cool. So here's the texture. So I'll be able to edit this one and put our Dairyland logo on this one here. Sweet. Alright, so now that I know where that's at, I'm going to pull that one out actually from our game files. We'll have to bring that into our map. Have you been trying to learn how mechanics and... Oh, yeah. Remember that. So I did tune in, I guess, as far as to that, I guess, as far as to see some of this. So for anybody else that wants to see, Scrubbly goes on really late, I guess, sometimes as of late. So, fair mention, I guess, as far as Scrubbly's over there in the Hawaiian Islands. I won't give the exact location there, but for those that want to see how Prison Architect works, you should probably check him out. Let me do this real quick. Let me see if I remember how to do this. So if you aren't already, make sure you go over there and do that. Because yep, that works. Cool. Nice. That's actually the first time I used that one. Normally I use the old traditional shout out. That one there will also show up. What I've noticed on my end, when you get a shout out that way, whoever shouted you out will actually show up in your activity feed, which is pretty cool. So yeah, for anybody still hanging out here, definitely feel free. If you like the late night streams, I guess, as far as over there, especially with the Prison Architect. That's a pretty interesting builder simulator, I guess, as far as. I'm so between Tiger Lily and also Scrubly, I think they seem to be the two that I followed that have been doing quite a bit of work, I guess, as far as in the Prison Architect. It's pretty cool. All right, so I need to get this texture out of main game files. So that's going to be, I'm just taking a look at the directory. So maps, US textures. Okay, got it. Let's go to that directory. And you should have my games on Steam right here. So again, I'm going to throw it out there. Since we did hit the follow goal, we're getting ever so close, I guess, as far as to hitting 550 followers on the channel, which is fantabulous. But we did hit the follow goal as of Saturday. In between last Wednesday and Saturday, we hit the follow goal that we had set there, I guess, as far as for March. So the offer still stands, I guess, as far as for anybody that's still sticking around there and wants to get a free game, free Steam game code giveaway. That's my way of showing appreciation is for those that support the channel. So if we got enough participants here, I'll definitely throw up a giveaway, I guess, as far as see if you can win yourself a free game. So feel free to tell your friends and all that stuff, I guess, as far as to what's going on. It'll be so the way it works here, it's a Steam code that you get that you can do whatever you want with it. You can keep it. There's a list of games that I have available for the giveaway. !games in the chat. Feel free to browse that. If something looks interesting to you and you would like to win one of those, let me know. And I'll throw it up there. So what we want to do is go into our game files and get to that particular texture. I don't know if I'll do it on stream here today, but we can maybe entertain that. Let's see. Where are we at? So we gotta go to Maps, US, Textures, and it should be in here. So these are all game files. All game files. You're gonna win for a 4-time. Hey, you've been winning quite a bit. You've been winning quite a bit, that's for sure. But that's gonna be left. I'm gonna leave it up to chat, I guess, as far as whether or not I'm gonna put that on there. I like to have a few people. At least a couple, if anything, I guess, as far as to... And again, keep it in mind that out of the list that's available there, you can do whatever you want. You can keep it for yourself if you want to win a game, I guess, as far as for somebody else that might like some of the games that are in the list. You can do that too. Need not be present necessarily when, other than to get the code. Okay. Where's that at? That's this fella right there. Copy that. And I'm going to put this in a safe spot for now. I'm going to put this right on the desktop, I think. Yeah, let's go back to desktop. I'll put this right over here. And let's open this up. In my painting program of choice. No. Oh, it's got one of those things on it. Why does it have that on there? That's stupid. Alright, so I'm going to have to deal with... So this error 39 that we get in here, I don't know why they got it on this texture necessarily, but it's that new compression method. The BC7, just to put it simply. I don't want to go too much into detail with it. So it won't let me open it up in this program. I got a different program to open that. So I'll have to deal with that probably later. Which is fine. But at least you kind of get the idea as far as what I'll have the option of doing with this building. What I am going to do is edit the ground to this here to kind of conform, I guess, as far as to our new building. Yeah, let's do that. So this ground layout that I have for this was for the previous type of building that I had here, which I don't think I want to use. I'm going to spruce this up, I guess, of ours a little bit, give it a little bit of facelift. But the fact that we do have some adjustability in this building, that gives me a lot of promise. Okay. How do I want to do this? So now that I got that, I guess this is the position that we'll go with. I don't know if I want to go more forward to this. So this is the trigger to where you'll actually load up your animals. This will include your cows, sheep, and so on, your pigs. We'll be able to buy it from this spot here, but this is where the trigger is for it. You have any custom productions in this? I absolutely do. Yeah. So a lot of the custom productions do, so they load in dynamically. It's probably another fair mention. So there's a custom dairy that comes in here that'll produce 5 different products. Some of which are already in the game by default, but there's custom pallets, so they're different than the default pallets. Has the same fill type names. There's also over at the industrial park, there's a salt production, which we will need for the dairy. So there are productions that are necessary, I guess, as far as to get other productions working. There's also a paper production, which we've done a couple streams, I guess, as far as to create that building for that. We used a default building that's in the game, I guess, as far as to make an interior to it. There's still some other changes that I've made to it since then. That's just to name a few. On top of the fact that there will be baby moo-moos in this thing. And we do have those set up over there. A lot of all that type of stuff that I mentioned is all loaded in dynamically to the map. So they're not static into the map. There are things that you can remove and or add new in the store. Again, being able to use, make full use of that build, the build mode, I guess, as far as in Farm Sim 22 here. You're gonna have to help me pick out some mods. You won't need a lot of mods, that's the thing. So the approach I've been taking to this, not that you can't use mods for this, but there's going to be a lot of stuff equipment-wise and productions-wise that's already built into the map, and I'll be able to show some of that once we get done with some of the stuff we're doing in the editor. They'll be very recognizable. When you go to the store, you'll know for sure, just as far as that it is something that's built in the map and it's not something. So the approach I'm trying to take with this one is it's not going to require for the end user, I guess, as far as to apply mods to it to be able to do the stuff in the map, if that makes sense. That irritates me, I guess, as far as when I play on a map and it's got like a whole nother set of things that, recommendations. I do have some recommendations and suggestions for mods to use, but those are just that. They're either suggestions or recommendations. You don't have to. That's why I'm building a lot of the equipment. Like, so for example, the baby moo-moos that are built into the map, it does have a trailer to be able to transport those from point A to point B, as opposed to getting yourself a mod that's outside of the map. I've tried to test with some of them that I've come to know that are out there to make sure that all that mechanic's going to work the same as the one that I've got built into the map. I cannot 100% guarantee that mods that you'll get outside of what's built into the map are going to work, because there's just so many of them. So hopefully that makes sense. You did the Western route, right? No, I get what you mean. So there probably are some. If you do have your favorite mods that you like to play with, I guess, as far as when, playing on the Western Wilds like you are and so on, if there's mods that you've come to like, yeah, you can totally feel free to get as far as to bring those in. Nothing wrong with that. Just saying, it's the way I've got this map design, you won't have to. You won't have to. All right, I think I'm gonna bring this a little bit more forward to the trigger. Yeah, I think we'll do it this way. Yeah, so who all do we got left in here? I haven't heard anybody else chime in, I guess, as far as if they're interested in earning themselves a game giveaway. Y'all have to let me know. I know Evan's kind of chimed in, but I haven't touched the mods since we last right. We had it pretty tweaked in, right? So we had our own choice mods, I guess, as far as to do the potato harvest and stuff like that. A little bit more faster and efficient. Alright, so just getting this lined up a little bit better. So what I'm noticing here, this almost needs some stairs here. So I must, so this was like a part of, so there was a whole other bunch of assets, I guess, as far as to this building. And one of them, I think, was the stairs to go to this door. That might not be too bad, though. I can probably find some stairs, or build some stairs, I guess, as far as to go on that. That's about the only thing I see. So we got this sign, and this on the front here that we'll be able to edit. Cool, to make it more homey, I guess, as far as to our map. I have very little experience doing stuff like this, so seeing this is interesting. Yeah, and that's the only hope that I have there, Scrubbly, I guess, as far as for anybody that doesn't know anything about this. The whole thing that I like to mention, I guess, as far as when you're playing these different games, and I know you've done like the Project Zomboid and DayZ, and even Prison Architect, someone had to create the assets for these different types of games, and that's kind of what I like to do, right? I like to show the process, I guess, as far as of how these assets for different games are created. Now, in comparison to, like, I'll just use Project Zomboid or even DayZ, you got a lot of static stuff in there. There's nothing you can really add into unless you add a mod. So Farm Sim 22 has mods just like some of those other games too, but the way Farm Sim has done it, Giants has done it with Farm Sim 22, is on a whole different level. There's so many different mods that are available that you can either have built into the map or bring from a third-party source on the official mod hub that Giants has, for example, and bring those in. And that's what we're kind of discussing here with Evan, I guess, as far as that. He's playing on another map called Western Wilds, built by another map creator. And we did do some tweaks, I guess, as far as to some mods that were not only in the map itself, but also in the game, just to kind of fine-tune it. And that's kind of what I like to show, I guess, as far as what goes into making that type of stuff. You know, so if nothing else, to have a better appreciation for what goes into creating these assets and equipment and so on for these different games. There's a lot that goes into it. I've got the better part. So I've been working on this map since Farm Sim 22 came out, which was last November 2022. So it's been a pretty long process, let's just put it that way. And it's getting there. We're seeing it come together, I guess, as far as that. Some of the things, like I've already mentioned, like the background, as far as the distance items back there, I might tweak on that a little bit, because I don't kind of like that look, I guess, as far as it being so desolate out there until you get really close up to it. I know the frame rates, absolutely love it, I guess, as far as that it's that way. You don't have to worry about it bogging too much and having to load too much assets, I guess, as far as until you get closer to it. But the more I look at it every time I'm in the editor, in particular, and when I see it in game, I don't like it. So I might play around with that a little bit. It's stuff like that that's really kind of slowed down, and you know, being able to progress and get it to completion is all. Okay, so now we're going to start working on the ground for this thing. I think I got this pretty much in the spot that I want it. So the approach that I take to this, I can still see the wireframe to it. I just turn the visibility of it off, and then I can get a better idea of what I need, where I need to add at the ground. Cool. So I think what we'll do is we'll put probably a dirt texture underneath this building for the most part. Right now it's got animal mud. So the previous building that I had in here, it had a stable to where you could see static animals into the pen. Thank you for that. Appreciate you for sticking the place up. So you've made a few mods on Project Zomboid in 7 days, but it's super simple compared to this. Yeah. And I think the more you do it, and I'm just speaking from experience here myself with Farm Sim, the more you do it, the more you get used to it. As far as like it becomes easier. If you're a novice into this, as far as don't have a clue, yeah, you would probably be like just totally overwhelmed. But the more you do it, I've got experience in Farm Sim, I guess, going back as far as Farm Sim 15. So we're talking the better part of 7 years. So I know a thing or two. Now, this new engine that Giants has for 22 it's a little bit of a game changer. It's got a lot new aspects that are totally new to pretty much every modder in the farm sim community. So yeah, appreciate the spray as well. So you know what? While I'm doing this here, I know I mentioned this as far as the game giveaway, but I'm gonna go ahead and throw this up anyway, just to see if anybody else there. I'll put a reasonable amount of time on it too, just to give everybody a chance to get as far as to. Feel free to check out the games too. That command should be working here. Let me double check. I know my skull command for the bot wasn't working earlier. There's the game list. Feel free to peruse that while I set up this giveaway. What got you into farm sim modding? I think it was just the ease of it. Quite honestly. So I kind of dove in head first, and by that I'm talking baptism by fire. It was just like, you know what, I'm gonna just start editing XMLs, I guess, as far as for pieces of equipment and stuff like that, and see what I can get. That just led into me, once I started doing the XML edits, then I found it necessary, I guess, as far as to start editing the actual equipment and buildings and stuff that are in maps, because that's the whole thing behind my my enjoyment as far as what I like to get into is 3D modeling. So it's one thing, I guess, as far as to create the model or the piece, and then to do the coding is a whole nother art in itself. So there's plenty of models that I've got built or whatever that haven't even seen the light of day, I guess, as far as to have some function to it. This new mechanic that they've got into Farm Sim 22 with the productions it's like right in my wheelhouse. So that's why when you mention, I guess, as far as the custom productions that are in it, I've taken full advantage of that. Let me finish getting this giveaway set up here. So I'm gonna put a decent amount of time on this. So where are we at time-wise? We've already got, holy crap, we're closing in on 3 hours into this thing. Amazing. I hope we're having fun out there, because if we're not having fun, we're doing something wrong. Let's see here. So I want to make this available to anybody. As long as you're following the channel, you'll be able to participate in this. And you will need units of fluid, so you can always check your units of fluid to make sure you got enough. But just to ensure that you all have enough, just for everybody's chilling out here and having fun, let's do this. I want everybody to have at least a slim chance to participate. Let's do this real quick. In fact, let me increase that a little bit, because that's what I can do. There we go. So again, you can always check your units of fluids, ! fluids in the chat. You are earning yourself those units of fluids even as the stream is live. So feel free to check those. I've got a massive, that is just nuts. So I'm closing in at 2,400 hours. I've been streaming for, as an affiliate at least anyway, for the better part of 4 years. It's crazy. It is crazy. Anywho, so let's finishing up setting up the giveaway. I'm gonna put a decent amount of time in there. I think I'll put about like an hour onto it, just to give anybody a chance, I guess, as far as to join. Yeah, we'll make this pretty simple. So we'll go to 200 tickets per, and you can, if you've got enough fluids, you can you can do up to 100 tickets. That'll work. Steam game code, yes. Everyone will be available and be able to do it. I need to clear this out. Yeah. Alright. So that's from my last giveaway. Clear that out. Alright, so it'll be 200 units of fluid per ticket. And if you've got enough fluids, you can check those out, like I said. The max will be 100. And we're going to put the time on this. That's 5 minutes, so I want to do 60 minutes on this. I'll put a decent amount of time on this. We'll probably be going for at least another hour. Let's put a good 60 minutes on there. Whoop. Oh. Don't be like that to me, bot. There we go. And open a giveaway. Sweet. There we go. $62K for me. We're not talking channel points. So the fluid points, as far as that are the channel points, those are totally separate. So make sure not to get that conflicted. So these are the chat points. So like I said, check your fluids to make sure what you got. Did you check it in chat? I didn't see you check it in the chat. So the way you check it, exclamation point fluids. Unless I missed it. That's the way you want to check it. You have 100 channels? Oh, okay. Nice. So you got 62,000? Nice. You get quite a few tickets. You can probably max them out. If you wanted to. Yeah, I don't see where you... Well, you did check it, right? I had to scroll back there. 62,247. Nice. Appreciate all that time spent in here. To earn yourself those valuable units of fluids for participating in these game giveaways. Nice. Alright, Evan's in there. Couple tickets. Now, as long as the giveaway is open, and it's still got time on it, you can always add more to that if you so choose. Don't have to. Not an obligation, but so for anybody that's still just chilling around or there, feel free to enter. Put a ticket in there. You can earn yourself a game for yourself or somebody else you might want to win a game for. You can always check that game list like I posted out there. Check it out. Something looks interesting to you. Feel free to indulge. Okay, so now that I got this one here, we're going to edit the ground. I need to open up my window for that. Two to be fair. I have one to get right. Well, that's fair enough. So I need to open up my terrain editing. There we go. I'm going to need this, I guess, as far as to do my foliage creator and tree generator as well. We'll get this building situated first, and then we'll go on to that. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to add... I already said I'm going to go with dirt. Okay, and I'm going to change this to square. Change my brush to a square. That'll work. There is some foliage I need to get out of here too. I don't know if I want to use this dirt or if I want to use... Yeah, we'll start off with this one here. We can always change it. I do got some foliage I gotta get out of there too. We don't want any grass underneath our building. I think this will be a nice touch. I guess first put some dirt underneath our building. So the texture that I got under there is a combination of the grass along with the foliage and then animal mud. So I did have kind of an open stable type of the building in here before that had just static animals into it like the sheep and the cows. I don't think I want to use that. Yeah. Appreciate the follow. Is that Svet Lozer? Lozar? I don't want to say that name wrong. Appreciate that follow. So that would potentially go against our new follower goal. Currently got a game giveaway going on for hitting our last follow goal. So feel free to jump in on that. Now that you're following the channel, you can earn yourself a Steam game code, I guess as far as to use how you like. Exclamation point games in the chat. We'll give you a list of what games are available for the giveaway. It's currently in progress. So if you just follow the channel, you should have enough to be able to join in on that. That goes for anybody that's chilling out in chat. Appreciate that follow. All right. Good to know that my goals are. So if anybody feels so inclined, I guess, as far as to give me any amount of bits. I've been needing to test that out to make sure, because I've had a couple people that have given me, you know, like 5 bits or so, and those alerts aren't working for some reason. I don't know why. I've tested it all on my end and everything should be fine. Not trying to create an obligation, I guess, as far as for that, but if anybody feels so inclined, I guess, as far as to throw some bits my way, I need to test my alerts. Make sure those are working like they're supposed to. I do got a custom bit alert, I guess, as far as for different denominations. But yeah, like I said, the last couple of times that were giving me a certain amount of bits, the alert doesn't seem to want to pop off. And I don't know why. I don't know if I want that to hang over like that. Okay. Yeah, I think I might pull this back a little bit. Yeah. So let me grab this texture. I'm gonna pull that back just a tad. Yeah, we'll have to go like that. Most of this is gonna be under the building. I just don't want that much dirt hanging over. It's not a good look. There we go. Yeah, so this will probably just make grass. So this is kind of a sandbox in itself, in the editor. So this is not in the game, but you do have much the same ability in the game with that new build mode in the game to be able to do a lot of this type of stuff. All right, let's grab some foliage. I want to make sure I grab the right stuff. Go down here. Let's make sure it gets the right one. Grass small, and I want to limit that to just grass. I don't want it to put it anywhere else. So what's nice with this feature is it won't put it anywhere other than what's grass. Oop, do I still got that on replace? Hold on a second. There we go. I don't want to get too carried away. So sometimes the way the grass texture, as far as the flat texture, kind of presents itself onto the map surface there, it tends to put foliage where I don't like it. So I just kind of tweak on it a little bit. Something like that. Let's change this to round. There we go. Okay. I haven't figured out how to fix a lot of the way the different textures, so like between the concrete and the grass, the way it blends in. It's not very desirable, but I haven't figured out a way, I guess, as far as to smooth that out. I tend to just leave that like it is. Alright, so we'll just fill that in there like so. Nice. Cool. So I'm just leaving this invisible, I guess, as far as just to see the wireframe, so I know where to paint what ground texture. Alright, so now we can get our dirt back. Let's paint some more dirt. So if nobody else joins the giveaway, besides, whoops, I'm on the wrong tool. Let me reselect that. And we'll save it for another stream. But I want to get at least a few people, I guess, as far as in on that. So if you're looking to get yourself a free Steam game code, join in on the raffle. Exclamation point enter and how many tickets you want. 200 units of fluid per ticket. You can always check your fluids. Exclamation point fluids in the chat. Give everybody a chance here. Okay. So I do got some foliage I still need to get out of this as well. Let's get most of the dirt near that first. Okay. Yeah, so this one I need to scale this back as well. There we go. Nice. So again, I'm just using that. Oh, I already got that right there, didn't I? Sure did. Alright, so now that I've got the boundary to that, let's get this foliage out of here. Get that all out of here. Oh, I got the limit on there, so I gotta use that. Let's turn that limitation off. There we go. Don't need all that under there. Get all that foliage out. Now I have to add a snow mask from around this too, once I get this all in place. And all that does is just eliminates getting snow under a building. We don't want to engulf by snow as far as when it does snow and accumulate. That's something else we'll have to deal with. Alright, so we got that much done. Now what I can do is turn this back on. Let's see how that looks at this point. And now what I'll do is completely shut that off. Go like this. Now I can see where the boundary of our building is, and I can fill that in with some dirt. Okay. Let's go to that. Now we can just fill this in with, let's make our brush a little bigger. Okay, so that's where our building sits. And then back here, clean this up back here as well. So I guess what I could do is just continue this concrete back here. I'll make this all gravel. Yeah, we'll make this look real good, real nice. Okay, let's remove this foliage. Go back in here. I know I tend to get really focused on a lot of this stuff here, so I tend to miss what chat's saying sometimes. So if you ever find me doing that, we have some sound alert redemptions, I guess, as far as to kind of steer me in the right direction. Alright, so I think I might want to bring the concrete up this way. We'll leave that gravel. And yeah, I think I'll use this concrete. See how this looks. That is not what I wanted. Yeah, no, that's not what I wanted at all. In fact, I might even go ahead. I don't really need this all back here. I might make this just all grass. And just make that all gravel. I think that's probably even better. Alright, let's grab the grass. Make this all grass. Yeah, let's do it this way. Cool. And then we can make this all gravel. I'll put some foliage in there just as far as once I get the texturing done. Now, like I said, a lot of this on what I'm doing here in the editor is very possible to do in the build mode. Now, there are areas, with that being said, there are areas in the map where you can't modify, as far as what's in there. So this area here will be what's considered non-viable. So you're not going to be able to change it. That's why I'm taking the extra initiative, I guess, as far as to make this nice and pretty. Because if it don't, you would kind of feel obligated to want to edit that in the build mode, and you won't be able to do that because it'll be non-viable. You have to be able to purchase those land areas to be able to do anything with it. So, why I'm taking the initiative, I guess, as far as to make this nice and pretty. Alright, so we'll go back to grass. Cool. Alrighty then, that looks pretty good. Now we got a backside to our building. And we'll fill this in with some foliage. And I want to use the same grass foliage as I already got here. Let's go into our foliage tool. And let me see what kind of it. That's our grass foliage, and I want to limit that back to grass. I don't want it to put it anywhere else than the grass. So I won't be able to paint over here. I can't paint over here. That's one nice feature, I guess, as far as with what's built into the editor. Gives you that ability, I guess, as far as to limit it to a texture that's on the map. I haven't seen anybody else join on that giveaway. You get in on that. Check those games out. Okay, so I think we're good there. I don't know if I want to leave that patch of grass there. Let's see. Let's bring our building back in. Turn that back on. See how that looks. I guess that wouldn't be too bad. Got that little patch of grass there. That's not too terrible. Nice. So, you'll be able to drive into here. This is where you'll load up the animals. Right from the front side. I do want to get a custom ambient sound in here that has to have some moo-moos. I'm going to be updating that sign. So there's two of them on here that I noticed. There's this one here. And also, whoops, this one here. We'll end up editing those. I don't think that looks too bad. I was definitely thinking it was going to be a little way bigger, I guess, as far as in that, but I think that'll work. So, the other thing I need to do is get a snow mask. So, all this pink area, this is what I was talking about, the farmlands. All this area that's pink or purple, that's non-buyable. You won't be able to purchase this in the game. This is all untouchable, I guess, as far as... and it's mostly because it's got these triggers on there. We don't want to be able to take that stuff out. You'll be able to add, you know, different stuff in other areas. There's plenty of other area on the map, I guess, as far as you'll be able to do stuff. So the fact that we do have some limited areas, I guess, as far as to apply the build mode, I guess that's all right. So I need to go into our snow mask, which is our indoor mask. Switch that, and we need to go to indoor. And see all these white areas? This is where snow will not fall. So we're just going to take a look here. What I want to do is actually add a snow mask around this building. We don't want any snow in there. Now, by default, this is what I've come to find. Something that Giants has done with the way buildings work. So the type of collision or rigid body that's in there will automatically not have any snow. Now, you can't go into this building, right? By default. It will not let you go into the building. So it's all hollow. But the way the dynamics of the way the buildings are built, it has snow that accumulates on the roof, and you have to add an attribute to the building, I guess, as far as to make that happen. So if you don't have that on there, you just won't have any snow. And we've done some streams, I guess, as far as to show how that's applied. So that's a whole new default aspect that's built into the game, which I think is just phenomenal. So I'm almost thinking what I might do instead of actually applying indoor mask to this is see what the snow looks like when we got full accumulation, and if it calls for it, then I'll go ahead and apply an indoor mask. I might just do that anyway, but right as it stands right now, the only place that won't have any snow is right where that trigger's at. All the rest of the area will have snow. So the entire complex for the co-op here has no snow. This all gets cleared out, so it won't have any accumulation anywhere it's white. So I might take the same approach with this animal dealer here too. In fact, I think I might have just talked myself into it. So all this area here, see, this won't have any snow in it. And it's all in an effort, I guess, as far as to not cover up, I guess, as far as all the triggers and things that the player interacts with. To have to clear that when it snows there, that would be kind of not very fun. So we kind of take on the idea, I guess, as far as if it snows, that whoever's in operation, who's ever owning that particular facility, be it the co-op or the animal dealer, the player itself doesn't have control over those. It's the NPC, I guess, as far as I would own that, and they would be taking care of that type of thing. So I think what I'm going to do with all that being said, is I'm going to maybe I'll just use the round tool. Why not? We want to apply, because none of this will be changeable, I guess, as far as by the player, because it is not buyable, as I already showed. So I'm just gonna make this to where it's already plowed, no snow, and you'll have ease of access to it. So there's nothing you'll have to plow as a player, I guess, as far as to get access to these areas. It'll already be done for you. There's plenty of other areas around the map that you will have to plow. So there's going to be no, what's the word I'm looking for? There's no limit to that, I guess, as far as having other areas, I guess, as far as that you will have to actually move the snow out of the way. Okay. So that's what I'm currently painting right here. It's basically a snow mask, just to put it simply. It will not allow snow to accumulate in these areas. And it's kind of a play on, you know, the NPC just taking care of these areas so that they're cleared out, so that they can, you know, run their business. I'll have to do this same approach there to our similar approach, I guess, as far as to doing our foliage and tree generator. So there's two different operations, I guess, as far as to get the random foliage generated into different areas, and also trees. And I'd like to get into that, actually, because it's that workflow that I've got created there. It seems to work really nice on this map as far as the design of it. It makes the whole process of putting a random number of trees and foliage into different wide open areas, I guess, as far as so much nicer. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make this all snow mask. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So I didn't even have it previously set up this way. So now that we've got the layout of our building and stuff like that already what we want, then we can actually apply this stuff. Whoa, got a little trade away there. Don't really need to have, whoa, I don't want to do that, dang it. Okay, so the grass areas doesn't necessarily matter, it's just the pavement and that. Just the paved areas we want to keep it, no snow. Something like that. We can keep it pretty random too. Man, this is so chuggy. I don't know why it's so chuggy. It's crazy. Alright, so how's video for you? So it's good to see, at least on my playback anyway, the video is not freezing, so that's good. Hopefully it stays that way. I've been having a problem when I do these types of processes there. It tends to like to freeze the video playback on the channel. So having interaction in chat definitely, I think, seems to help. We have a very powerful emote, if you are following the channel, which is the cross fingers. That emote is very powerful when it comes to, so when you spam stuff like that in chat, it tends to make the stream not die, especially the video playback. So I encourage anybody, I guess, as far as it is following the channel, make use of those follower emotes. Namely that cross fingers. Because there's a lot of cross fingers that we do kind of want to apply in here. Some of the things we divulge ourselves into tends to require us as far as crossing our fingers and toes. I don't have a cross toes emote, but I do have cross fingers. I also have, if you're subbed to the channel at least anyway, you do have crayons. I don't remember if I moved that over. I'm trying to remember. I did move some of the emotes around to kind of give more how do I want to say, more loyalty, I guess, as far as towards the subscribers to the channel. But there are a select bunch of emotes, I guess, as far as if you are following the channel. Feel free to use them. That's what they're there for. It helps the stream not seem so dead and unlively, too. Man, I'm not really sure why this is so chuggy. Crazy. It's usually not quite this chuggy doing this process. So, Evan was mentioning this as far as that just gotten home after a crappy day. We've had one of ourselves and just jumped in and done some farming on the Western Wilds. Really fun map for anybody that hasn't is looking to try a map out. That's available on the official mod hub. Very nice map. Done by Alien Jim. So whether or not you do like the whole concept, I guess, as far as of a Western type of setup, you know, be it the name of Western Wilds, it's very custom, very custom. A lot of custom stuff in there. It has gold production into it, so you actually have to find. I forget how it actually works. I mean, Evan can probably refresh our memories. But I think, if I remember right, you have to find gold nuggets and put those into the gold production, along with, or maybe it's just rocks you have to put in there. I forget now. I think it was just the stones or the rocks that you have to put in there, and it'll actually process them to sift out the gold. I remember how it works now. It's been a while since we've actually played on that. Very unique, I guess, as far as to what you see by default. So that's one of the first types of custom productions that I've seen, I guess, as far as on Western Wilds. This has given me a lot of inspiration for some of the custom productions that we have on this map. Alright, so I think we got our indoor area all set. Very cool. Nice. Alright, so I think the other thing I'm going to do, the other initiative I'm going to take, let's do this. I need to put this in its own transform group, but I don't want to leave it right there. That's another thing I need to take care of. Let's turn that whole thing off. Go back into that, and I just want to fill this in too. I know the natural dynamics, I guess, as far as, like I already explained with the buildings, shouldn't put the snow under the building, but I'm a creature of old habit. I want to make sure, I guess, as far as it's not going to have snow under the building, so we're just going to do it this way. Yeah. So, you almost have to look at it the opposite way. So because this texture, or whatever you want to call it, that I'm painting onto this, doesn't mean that's where snow is going to be. That's where snow is not going to be. So anything that's not white will have snow. Parts that are white will not have snow. So it's kind of backwards, I guess, as far as when you think of it. It's like, I used to get it confused, I guess, as far as with everything that's white would mean that there was snow there. That's not true. Not true. Alright, cool. We got that done. Let's go ahead. That back. And we need to put this guy in its own transform group. Now, I don't think I got one currently set up for this. Let me take a look. We got... Nope, don't want it in there. So I'll probably need to put it in the gameplay stuff into... I don't want to put it exactly in there. Probably buy and sell point. Yeah, I'll probably put it in here. Yeah. So we got our animal load trigger there. That's about one of the only triggers that has to be built into the map. There's no ability, and this goes all the way back to previous renditions of that, so that's something else that they haven't changed. I don't know what is so special about this one, but it has to be in the map. We can't actually have this as a placeable. I've always thought was kind of weird. That seems to be one of the few triggers that has to be built into the map. Anyway, so we're going to put this... We don't have anything else into it, so I guess we can just take this guy. And that translate should keep it there, so let's cut that. And we're going to paste them right in here. Just to kind of get it organized a little bit. Nice. Let's put him up here. That'll work. So that's under all of our buy and sell. So you can not only buy animals, but also sell them there if you transport them yourself. So that's all of our buy and sell points on the map. What is that over there? Well, that's one of my lime. So that's one of the random lime purchases there. That's our dairy production. We got our BGA that's down over there. This is the first time I've actually found it necessary to put a BGA as far as a biogas area. That will produce methane over there if you do follow that. You can also buy methane there to be able to just keep in mind that when you buy the methane, as much as like even the milk that you can buy without having cows, you're going to pay a premium price on that. So don't think that you can go ahead and buy some and be able to get more back, I guess, as far as than what you buy. That's not the way it's going to work. All right, so cool. We got that where we want it. Nice. All right, let's go ahead and save that. Save that much work done. That's a lot of work, actually. Nope, we need to go to our own map. We need to go here. Maps, and let's save our map. Now, I'll have to take a look at some point to see if I can get an ambient animal sound, I guess, as far as applied to our sounds. I don't think there's anything in the game by default that I know of. We'll have to take a look at that at some point, I guess, as far as to see if we can get an ambient sound for our animal dealer in the town there. Let's just take a second to save. Okay, cool. We're all saved up. Good deal. Yeah, so as it stands right now, I do not have anything there. I don't think there is. Let me import our sounds and just see what we got in there. We might be able to put something there. Let's see if we got anything in here. So do we have a livestock sound in here? This is all default, so that's a river. We don't want that. Details. Nature. We got frogs. Ooh, cow distant. City. Let's see what we got in here. Fire truck. Pigeons. Very limited, I guess, as far as the number. What about special? Flag. What about industrial? So it's looking like I'm going to need to bring in some type of sound. I'll have to do that later, I guess, as far as we got some cow distant. That's not really what I want. I want, because you got sheeps, pigs, and so on, I guess, as far as the animal dealer. I want to have all those ambient sounds, I guess, as far as playing there. So I'll have to probably bring in a custom sound. We'll do that at a later time. So you can get a sense, I guess, as far as where a lot of the audios will pop in here. So I've got over here somewhere, I do got some pigeons. I remember right. Let me see here. Somewhere over in here I had pigeons, I think. Is that this one? That might be that one right there, I think. Let me go into... Yep, so there's some pigeons that right over top of this here. This is a pretty big one, actually. Pretty big range. So in this area alone, or whatever, we got pigeons that will tend to sound off, I guess, as far as in this area. Just for an example. And we got another set of pigeons right over here. So yeah, that's all default stuff. I haven't added a whole lot in the forms of, what I don't necessarily understand is, I liked it better in Farm Sim 19, in that editor. You could hear the sounds play within the editor. It doesn't let us do that in this editor. That's kind of a bummer. Alright, so we'll go ahead and take these back out. We already got the map saved, so we're good there. Okay. So I think what we'll do next... How much time we got left in that giveaway? We got anybody else? Evan's the only one that's still in there. And there's still 25 minutes left on it. Got a good chunk of time on there. So feel free to tell all your friends. Get them over here. Get them all over here. I want to get at least a couple more participating in there. And we got some lurkers in there. Appreciate the lurkers. If you want to earn yourself a Steam game code, you don't have to keep it for yourself either. You don't want to. Check those games out. If there's something that you feel might be interested, I guess, as far as somebody. Win them a game. This is for hanging out here and chilling out. That's just my way of, I guess, showing appreciation, I guess, as far as for those that support the channel. Alright, so I didn't realize I did that. That's cool. Anyway, so what we're going to get into next... I've already got these two areas populated, I guess, as far as with some random foliage and trees. Small trees. And, yeah, I think we'll do another area. Let's do this area over here. Let's work our way this way. I did these two areas. Show how that workflow works, I guess, as far as how we apply all this in here. So it used to be the old-fashioned way was going into different brushes, I guess, as far as to get all this randomness in here. We've got scripts now, I guess, as far as to be able to do this more effectively. So that's what we're going to get into next year. So we're going to do this area. So some of these areas I have... Whoa, I hate when I do that. Son of a gun, I got to put that console back there. Get a little carried away sometimes. Put our console back down there. There we go. So some of these areas I do have kind of outlined by roads, either dirt or otherwise. Now these roads here will be permanent. The end user won't be able to eliminate those. We got some cleanup here to do. Let's go there. Cool. Just get a little bit of cleanup there. Patch that in there. You don't want the bushes hanging over on the road. Patch that in. There we go. Nice. So yeah, as I was saying, the roads are permanent. So these type of roads here are going to be permanent. You won't be able to do that in the build mode as far as to take those out. But the dirt roads that are evident in here, you definitely can manipulate those as far as to either take them out or do whatever you want. So this area here is going to be one viable area. And you can see it's pretty plain right now. We're going to fix that. I'm going to fix that right now. Right meow. Okay. So what we'll get in here first is some random foliage. And I do have a script to run that, which is this foliage creator. First thing I need to do, though, is paint the area, I guess, as far as where I want that foliage to show. Let's do that. We need to go into here. Nope, not that one. This one here, and grab our foliage creator. And we want this to be grass deco. So I got this set up, these different pull downs here are set up to spawn in, I guess, as far as different types of foliage when I run the script after I paint the area. So let's go into this here. So see how this area is painted? I'll probably have to remove this out here because I don't want that, when I run the script, I don't want it to paint, I guess, as far as that area with foliage. We already got that done. I'll have to take that out. Y'all have to remind me, I guess, as far as to do that. I'm going to put you guys to work, I guess, as far as a little bit. That's okay. Alright, so we need to be in this mode. I'm going to actually switch this out to round for a second. What do our round brush? So, what it basically comes down to is you just have to paint the area, much the same as I did the mask area. What this is going to tell the script is where I want foliage to be painted on. Now, the only downside to this is it doesn't allow me to limit to texture that's already on the map. So what I have to really focus on is where I'm painting this white area and where I want that foliage to show up. So anything in white is where foliage is definitely going to show up. But I don't have any means to limit it to only a certain texture. Much the same as I use the default method of the foliage paint tool. So there's pros and cons, I guess, as far as to doing it this way. One of the advantages is it eliminates having to go back and forth between different settings in the foliage paint tool. You let the script do all the work for you, I guess, as far as to get all that random foliage. So we're kind of jumping all over the place, you know, a little bit of modeling and a little bit of map work. And it's all stuff that it's not going to get done itself, right? So we're finding it necessary to have to do this ourselves. Let's go back to the square tool for now. So all I'm doing right now is just paying attention, putting more focus on the actual edge of that, and then I'll be able to fill all the rest of that in, I guess, as far as a little bit more easy. Man, has that got that much slope there? Holy crap. I realized I had that much slope there. Might have to smooth that out a little bit. Good grief, I didn't know there was that much. I didn't realize there was that much of a drop off there on this road. Let me fix that real quick. Holy smokes, big old dip right there too. Yeah, I need to smooth that out. Hold on a second. So let me go into the replace mode. Let's grab this value, and if it's higher, is that doing it? Oh wow, okay, hold on. See that big bump right there? There's a big bump right there. Try to smooth that out. Alright, let's try if it's lower. Oh, there we go. That's what we need to do. We need to actually bring that up. Okay, that's better. More better. I used that replace tool, I guess, as far as quite a bit for doing stuff just like this. Just to remove any nasty bumps that we have. Wait, do we got a hole under this? Oh, we do. What the frick is going on there? Got a lot more going on here than I thought. Alright, hold on. We need to get this back up here. There's a big hole under that road. I didn't realize. Okay. Alright, let me get this here. Let's do Control R. It is a little bit higher. Okay, cool. Get that all lifted up here. Can't see it because it's underneath the road, so I gotta look at it from this way. Alright, that's probably much better. Okay, cool. I took that hole out underneath the road. Oh, missed it over here. A little bit of a hole here yet. That's more better. Wow. Got a really steep shoulder, I guess, as far as on this road. I guess I'll have to fix all that. Don't want that. Yeah, there we go. Didn't notice that, I guess, as far as driving on the road because it's all underneath the road. Okay. Okay, so we got that taken care of. Let's see how we look. Let's smooth this out a little bit over there. There we go. got a little bit of a depression there, but I guess we'll leave that there. Gives it character. Okay, no more bump there at least anyway. Alright, let's get back to painting. Yep, painting our foliage area. This one's got a little bit of lumpy bumps there, but not as bad. You don't want it to be perfectly smooth. Everybody getting pretty quiet out there. What's everybody up to? Still no takers on the giveaway. No, no more additional. So if we don't get at least 2 or 3 people, I guess, as far as joining in on the giveaway, then I'll save it for another stream. We'll play it fair, I guess, as far as to give everybody a chance, I guess, as far as to join on that. Oop, a little carried away there. Oh shoot, I still got it on replace. I gotta put it back to subtract. There we go. Why was that not working? Hey, when that happens. So it's worth it in the long run, I guess, as far as to do it this way. It may seem a little bit more tedious, but to get this area defined, where we want the random foliage, it eliminates having to go back and forth between all the different settings in the foliage paint tool. You still overall end up spending way less time doing it this way than you would doing it the old way, which is to go back and forth within the foliage paint tool and paint all the individual types of foliage independently, one at a time. This takes way too long. So this script definitely helps a ton. It's just a matter of getting your area defined of what you want to paint with that random foliage is all. Okay, so we're gonna blend this in, this foliage that's already in there. I'm just being careful not to have it go too far under the road. We don't want any foliage under our road and actually coming through our road. That wouldn't look good. That wouldn't be a good look. Not at all. Okay, so this edge, we don't have any foliage over here, so we're going to have to blend this in. Just switch this back over to the round tool. We're going to blend this all in. That's what foliage we already have in here, which is just meadow grass. And again, I don't have any means, I guess, as far as to limit it to any type of texture that's already on the map, so I have to be careful where I'm painting this. There is a function in the script, I guess, as far as to eliminate field definitions. I don't have that set up, just for clarity there, but there is an option to be able to set up in the script to have it not include. So even if I was to paint on the field, it would disregard or not paint in foliage on areas that are defined as a field. But I don't have that currently set up, so I do have to take the initiative, I guess, as far as to manually paint this to not have the foliage paint onto that area. Okay. I don't know if I want to blend in that far. Let's just scale this back just a little bit. That'll work. Okay, let's switch it back to the square tool. Got a nice straight line here for the moment. Yeah, so just getting the boundary initially set for now. It's pretty cool how this thing works, I guess, as far as once you get this painted and set up. dang it. I'm playing ping pong with this thing right now. Playing a little bit of ping pong with this right now. Going back and forth between. Just making sure there's a nice clean line there on our field edge. And it's not playing very nice. Okay, gummit. Okay. What's even nicer after we use the script to paint the random foliage into here is we can go back and clean up any areas that we feel, you know, need a little bit of attention. Okay, so we'll blend it in with this foliage that we already got in here. Oh crap, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Let's blend this in. Now in this here we don't want foliage to be on our dirt road, which is totally, you can totally take this out as far as the end player goes, end user goes. This road is totally removable. I don't know if it'll create a necessity, I guess, as far as for me to redo this. All this right now is just meadow grass. So it might be too much of a contrast to have random foliage on one side of the road as opposed to the other. We'll see how it turns out though. So this is the old method, I guess, as far as just manually painting it all in ourselves with the foliage paint tool. Using this generator, a little bit different, so we'll just see how this looks here. We might end up having to repaint this area here that is the meadow grass. We don't want too much contrast between the foliage, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like a hard line, I guess is first to say, like all this is random and that one's just one type of foliage. Might look kind of weird. We'll see what kind of result we get. Alright, let's make this a little bit bigger since we got some pretty straight lines here. I'm just trying to combat, I guess, as far as the chugginess that is presenting itself while I'm doing in this, while I'm in this mode. Painting this area. It tends to be a little bit chuggy for some reason. I'm not really sure why. Not really sure why. How much time left we got in the giveaway? 7 minutes. 7 minutes, and we still only got Evan the Bandito is the only one that's entered. Guess nobody else wants free Steam game code. That's fair. I know there's been a lot of sales of games, probably, you know, like Humble Bundles has some pretty good deals. There's been some Steam sales, and I'm sure if you're like me, I guess as far as I got some games I haven't even played yet, so it's very understandable. I like to have games to fall back on just to be able to wind down with. That's the majority of the types of games that are. Yeah, so not being able to have to pay anything, I guess, as far as those, and get one for free. Who doesn't like free stuff? I know I like free stuff. Alright, so this area over here, as I already mentioned, I need to get that cleared out after I get this done. Because when I run the script, I don't want that to repaint that area with random foliage. We already got that where we want it. Let's see. Is that gonna be? I might have to go a little bit closer to that road. Let me see here. Yeah, I might go a little bit closer to that road, I think. Yeah. Let's bring it out that far a little bit. There we go. That one, I think we can go a little bit further. This road can totally be wiped out. Something I just realized. Wait, is that the way I did that? I'll have to look at that road again. I don't remember if I did or not, because I got this sign here. This sign would definitely not be removable. The fact that they're breakaway, you pretty much knock those down if they tend to get in your way. They're not they're collidable in the sense that they can just be toppled over. Yeah. So it may not be too much of an issue. I was just thinking out there, thinking out loud, I guess, as far as again. I tend to do that quite a bit. Things have to make sense to me, I guess, as far as when it's so if it's got something in there that shouldn't be there, or there's something that needs to be in there and that's not in there, that's what tends to float through my brain sometimes. I do get a feeling I'm gonna end up needing to repaint these areas out here, because right now as it stands, it's just got standard meadow grass, which is just the one type of foliage. I'll probably have to do the same process for those areas, just to kind of get it all to blend in really nice. Okay, now we can paint in. Rest of here. Now we got our border figured out. Let's make this brush a little bigger, and we'll just paint the rest of it in. And the other thing that I kind of take note of, I guess, as far as I paint in these different modes like that, is see how lumpy and bumpy our ground is. And just like that, under our road, I guess, as far as we had there, I like to take care of those right away too. A lot of times when you get into these other paint modes like this, it'll definitely give you a little bit of a clue of how your terrain is sizing up. Alright, so still no video freeze, that's good. Need to do, play some slots here. Man, I didn't get nothing, so that lucky pole that I had earlier there. Ooh, got 77 on that. Let's give myself a shot. It's been a few minutes. Oh, helps you to spell it right. Oh, I got 61 on that one there, so I didn't get a dud. Last one I had was a dud. Alright, let's finish filling this in. So we got some lumpy bumps, I guess, as far as in this part. Not too terrible or unreasonable. Man, I just don't understand why that's so chuggy. It's usually not quite this chuggy, and it's kind of part of the reason why I get like video freeze, I guess, as far as during the stream. Man, we're already closing on 4 hours. That is nuts. You kind of get the idea, I guess, as far as how long some of these processes take. Do some of these map creation takes a while, but we are getting, close to it. The map as it stands is pretty playable, just as it is. We're just kind of beautifying it, for aesthetic appeal. These areas here that I'm painting, I guess, as far as applying all this random foliage, are going to be totally viable, and it's going to allow the end user, I guess, as far as just take advantage of that build mode that's in Farm Simulator 22. Full advantage. So you'll have to do some work, I guess, as far as to prep the land. You do have some bushes and trees, I guess, as far as that you'll have to remove. But we're trying to make it, you know, not too difficult, but a little bit challenging, I guess, as far as to have to do some work to it, I guess, as far as before you're able to do anything to it after you buy it. And these chunks, these parcels of land are pretty pricey. So the cheapest one is, you know, probably still a good $400,000, I guess, as far as to acquire that. Entries have stopped. Man, that was a quick 7 minutes. All right, so I think the only one that we have in there, I think, is still Evan. All right, so I think what we're gonna end up doing, that's already been an hour already. That's crazy. I think what I'm gonna end up doing, since we did not have any other further entries to that, we'll probably save that giveaway, I guess, as far as for another stream. I know everybody's just kind of lurking and chilling out, vibing. It's totally understandable. Appreciate those that are continuing to lurk and give the stream some love. I know everybody's kind of winding down. I know it's that time. I didn't. I started very late, and I know this type of thing that I'm doing here is, to most, is not very entertaining. It's very understandable. But this is where I find my happy place. If I'm not doing the gameplay, you know, doing the testing as far as with the gameplay, this is the types of stuff that I'm doing. It's not everybody's cup of tea, and I understand that. Oh, thought I found a little lumpy bump in there somewhere. Alright, so I'm just taking this out. I already got this all painted, so I don't need this in here anymore. So, just so that the script doesn't actually paint in all this foliage again, I need to take this all out. So I only want it to focus on this area over here. So all the more reason I just gotta take this all out. And that's kind of the beauty of the way this script works. So even if I did leave this in here, all it would do is just repaint this area. And that's really about the only downside to it. You might get a different pattern, I guess, as far as for the random foliage, because it is very random. But also it can introduce, I guess, as far as needing to clean up the foliage, like on the road ends. You know, if you got bushes hanging over onto the road and stuff. So just so that I don't have to do all that, I'm just going to take this all out, since I'm already happy with the way that foliage already spawned in there. Okay. Clear that all out. And then once we get this all painted, we'll have to save the map. Kind of update this info layer. And the editor will be able, in the script, working with the editor, I guess, as far as we'll know better of what area it needs to paint this foliage into. So there we go. We got our area defined where we want to paint this. Get it over here, turn that off. We're going to save the map. Give that a second to save. And then we'll be able to run the script, and then that should put in our foliage into that area that we just painted. Why the heck did that move over here? That's weird. Adjust some things. Alright, let me go ahead and shut some stuff down here real quick. There we go. Kind of free up some resources. Alright, so we got our map is saved. Now, what we can do, we're gonna go right in this area, and we'll let the script do its magic. Boop. Give it a second, let it do its thing, and that should spawn in there and paint our random foliage. It'll tell us down in the console here if it, once it's actually done. If it works right, anyway. And still working. There it goes. And there we have it. We can kind of go around here and see how it turned out. There's all our random foliage. Looking good so far. Let's go all the way around the border and make sure we don't have anything to clean up. Nice. I'm just looking all the way down the line there just to see how that looks. We can go all the way around this and ensure you don't have any bushes and such that are hanging over on the road. Let's see how it blended in over here. Whoop, so I missed a spot there, so I can do some cleanup there. Not a big deal. Let's do that right. Meow. Whoop, we need to make our brush a little smaller. Let's put that down to 2. We'll grab this texture. We got this foliage. And we'll patch that in. Nothing major. Cool. Let's see how this blended in. Very nice. I'm liking it. See how it did on our field edge. We got a little bit of overspray. That's fine. Let's change this to brown. A little bit of overspray, but nothing terrible. Wait, do I got a lemon on there? Hold on. I do. Let's turn that limitation off. Just a little bit of cleanup. I took that limitation off there so I can actually clean that up a little better. Nothing serious though. Okay, let's check the rest of that out. Oh, we got one little bush here we can take care of. Patch that in. Turned out pretty good for the most part. A little bit of cleanup on the borders. Definitely nothing serious. Alright, so I'm liking how this blended that in. That's cool. I probably will end up repainting this here so it's just not all just... Yeah, that's looking a little weird. Just as far as having all this random over here and this is all just meadow grass. I might make this area a little bit more random, just like that. Make that blend in a little bit better. Alright, let's see how we look down this road. A little bit of cleanup. Nothing serious though. Like the script did exactly what it was expecting. What we were expecting. Doing what it was told. Yeah. Okay, so guess we didn't go close enough to this part of the road. Let's see how we did here. That's a bummer. That's not terrible. Looks like it's pretty uniform all the way down the road. It's not. That's not bad. I've seen worse. That's for sure. All right, so let's go all the way down to this corner here, and let's take. Oh, we got a bush. Kind of overhanging here. Get that out of there. Okay. Now, as far as this sign, I need to look and see. Let me check real quick. Is this non-viable? I think that's set up as non-viable. Let's check it real quick. Yeah. So I think, wait, away in farmland? There's farmland. So no, that is viable. So, what I might have to take into consideration is whether I have these signs there. Like I said, these are, you know, you can run these over and they'll fall over, they'll fall down. But I don't know if I want to keep that on this road. If nothing else, I might still want to move it over. Let's see here. Alright, so this is purchasable. That is a purchasable land. That's what I wanted to check here. But definitely under these static roads here, those are not viable. Okay, so let's go like this. I'm just going to move this feller over a little bit. Okay. This is going towards the one of the fenced-in areas, is the fenced-in lake areas, which I've done a little bit more work on that as well. Alright, so I think we're looking good for this painted-in area for foliage. Let's go ahead and save this. Alright, let's do the file, save as, save the map. And the next step we're going to do, I'll probably close this session of giants that are out, and then we'll do the trees. I think once I'm done with that, I think I'm going to probably call this good. I know everybody's kind of chiming down, winding down and vibing, which I need to do myself. I have not gotten myself anything to eat after having this atrocious day. That was a Monday. But it's definitely felt good, I guess, as far as coming here. I appreciate everybody that did. We got the raid by Deuce earlier, I guess, as far as definitely made it worthwhile, I guess, as far as to get the stream going. And okay, so what we need to do next is, I think I need to close this session out. Let me do that real quick. Yeah, now that we got the map saved, let's close this out. No. The only reason why it's asking me to save it again is because I already moved it. Let me go ahead and reopen the map. And the next step we're going to do is actually put in our trees, I guess, as far as in that area. So we'll have to paint that area. Much the same. So it'll be a little bit different with the trees because I'll be able to not be so anal, for lack of a better way to put it, about how it's painted. We just want to make sure that it's in that relatively same area. I don't need to go so much to the border as possible because it's all trees. We don't want trees necessarily to be right to our road edge, say, for example. Alright, let's load in our map. I think I'll do this one more time here, and then we'll be able to, with the trees, and then we'll be able to button it up, put it into our mods folder, and check it out. Check the gameplay of it out. I always like going in there and being able to test it out. That's the true satisfaction of doing what we like to do here. Okay, so we got our map reloaded. Ready? So now what we need to do is paint our area where we want trees to show up in this area. And it'll be much the same pattern, similar pattern that we've got in those other two areas that I showed earlier. Let's see what we can do here. So we need to go and select. So the way I've gone about this, this is not normally how this script will work, but I got a separate tree generator, much the same as the foliage creator. I select that, and then I can put it on the bit that I want that to actually use, which in this case is much the same as the foliage creator, so I'm going to use the grass deco, much the same as that foliage creator. So they kind of work, they're kind of the similar type of script, I guess, as far as what it'll just produce. The only difference is one does the foliage and one does the trees. That's just to put it in simple terms. So now that I got that selected, I can go into that paint mode, just like we did with the foliage creator, and now I can paint the area to where I want trees to potentially paint it to. And like I said, I don't need to be as particular, I guess, if I were this to go all the way to the edge. So all of this area that I'm painting is going to be potentially where trees will spawn, as far as they get painted in via the script. So this one I can make it very, very random as far as how we paint it. And definitely to stay far enough away, I guess, as far as from the road edges, because we don't want trees to be right at the road edge. This step here will go a little bit faster, I guess, as far as than doing the foliage paint. Much faster. It's still a little bit chunky too for some reason, I don't know why. But it's really cool, really nice, I guess, as far as to have these scripts, I guess, as far as to make these processes a little bit quicker to do. Doing it the old-fashioned way, I guess, as far as to go back and forth within the foliage paint tool and the mesh paint. Now, having the mesh paint, probably fair to mention, the mesh paint that has been put into the giant's head area here, don't get me wrong, that's really nice if you're doing small areas. These big, vast areas like this, this process here is much more conducive. Much more. So we don't necessarily have to only include, I guess, as far as that area that we did the random foliage paint, as far as the foliage generator. We can go beyond that if we want to. I will be taking that out of there. So that's my previous paint that I did for the trees over in that area. I'll be taking that out so it doesn't respawn those. I think you all get a kick for those that are still sticking around here. Once we go into playtest this, you actually see how that all works out. Once we go into the game. I'm kind of deciding how far I want these trees to... I don't want it too close to the field either. I think that's a pretty good... yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Probably have it go a little bit further this way. Kind of blend in with these trees that we already got in there. So these are going to be smaller trees. Saplings, if you will. Okay, so yeah, we'll just paint that all through here. Yeah, so again, I'm not trying to get it all the way up to the road edge. I'll keep a little bit of a buffer. You can see how I did that on this area here too. I didn't have it go all the way to the road edge. We'll get it close, but I don't want it right on the road edge. This one here, I gotta basically erase that out. We're done with that area. That already turned out the way we like it, so. Whoop, we got a little too close there. That is one thing that it is nice about this moon. It's kind of pro and con. It's pretty easy, I guess, as far as to step it back, I guess, as far as if you overpaint. It's pretty easy, I guess, as far as to adjust where we painted it. So much like the foliage paint tool and the texture tool, you don't have to go back and forth between Control R, I guess, as far as to get it selected. You can just the way I've got it set up is just left mouse button, I guess, there's paint, and then if we want to erase it, just right mouse button. Pretty simple. Alright, let's make our brush a little bit bigger and we'll fill the rest of this in. Man, it is so stinking chuggy, I don't know why. Stop doing that. Alright, so I'm glad that the video playback on the channel, at least it's showing that way on mine, and it has not frozen, which is good. Alright, now it's just a matter of getting... Whoa, crap, did I get a little bit carried away over there? And I went up the hill there. Get that all filled in. So we don't have an option, I guess, as far as to just flood fill. I don't know if there has been a script or anything like that designed, I guess, as far as to allow flood fill, I guess, as far as within a particular area. There might be one out there, but I'm not 100% aware of it, if there is. So I'm just taking the approach of just filling it all in by hand. I know the fact that we have the limit to texture, as I already shown, I guess, as far as around our animal dealer. I know that's definitely evident. Alright, so I don't think I got too carried away up there. That's good. The fact that it's white, you know, as far as the color when we paint this here, makes it pretty easy to see, no matter what distance that you're at. Did I miss a spot right there? That might be just the foliage that's tricking my eye. So I like to take the approach, you can do it whichever way you like when it comes to these two scripts. I like to do the foliage first and then the trees, because it's a little bit tougher. And I've come to find, especially when you're in this mode, when the trees are already there, sometimes you can miss spots. That's about the only reason why I guess I take the approach to paint the foliage first and then the trees. Alright, we're just about done painting this all in. Now I'll have to take out that other area here. We'll get that all erased. Okay, so that's all good. Now let's go over here and let me speed this camera up a little bit. So this is how I find myself going back and forth with speeding the camera up, just to get from point A to point B. We had to slow it down earlier because we were just working on our sign. Now that we got that all figured out, let's speed the camera back up a little bit. Alright, let's just get this all out of here. Make our brush a little bigger. Get all of it. You just don't need it to redo this area all over again. We probably would get a different pattern for the trees. It's going to use the same protocols that we have designed in the script. I guess as far as to do that, we'll just have a little bit different pattern. If we did have it repaint it with trees. Sometimes that's a good result, sometimes not. I kind of like the way this currently looks, so that's the only reason why I'm taking that out of there. Okay, there we go. Got that all painted in. Yeah, I did miss some spots here, didn't I? Or is that just the foliage? Let me double check. Nope, I did miss some spots. That all filled in. Cool. Alright, good to go. Let's go ahead and save the map. And then we can run our script. Now, there are some additional setup that we got to do for the tree generator. So we got to set up which trees that we want it to use to paint in that area, or to apply in that area that we just painted. So that's something else we're going to have to do. So we got a little bit of setup here. I'm going to go into our trees. And we need to make a top transform in our trees. So this is our main transform for trees. We need to create, let's pull some trees out here. So I do have the ones that I do want to use. So we want to use pine stage 1. We'll copy this one out and paste it into our main tree transform. Whoops, make sure we got that highlighted. Paste that into there. That's one of them we want to use. Okay. Now, I could probably get these from my donors, actually. Let's go to the donors. Alright, so that was one of them we want to use. I also want to use the dogwood stage 1. There's only like 3 trees. We want to use this guy. Copy that. Paste that into our main tree transform. And we want to use an elm tree as stage 1. Cool. We'll do copy. Paste that into our main tree transform. Ah, shoot. I always get into the habit, just like a window, because as far as to be able to copy pasta into that, that's not how that works in here though. Alright, so these are the 3 trees that we wanted to use to paint into that area. So the next thing I need to do is group these up. Like so. And we'll just do a Control G. Group that up. Oh, I duplicated inside. Oh man, I do that all the time. I duplicated instead of grouped it. I hate when I do that. Alright, let's do that. Control G to group that up, and then all we got to do is take this group and put it all the way to the top of our main trees transforms. So that's the way the script will read it as far as this first. Doesn't matter what it's named. You can name it whatever you want, but so what it'll do is anything that's in this first transform group of our main transform group, it'll actually read all those and actually paint those into the area. So now we got it all set up. We have to highlight this main tree transform so that the script knows to look at this first one. Like I said, doesn't matter what it's named. And then all we have to do from that point, now that we got it painted, got that all preset up there, so now we can just run our script. Like so. And we'll give it a second, I guess, as far as to do that. And there's the trees. 215 trees that produced it. And if we like how that turned out, so what it does in our main tree transform is it puts them all in here. So I'll group those up if I like the way it turned out. Let's take a look here. This is how our trees turned out. All that area that we painted there just randomized utilizing that script. Just put some random trees all over that area. So we can always run it again, I guess, as far as to get a different result. So we can kind of get an idea. So there's some pretty sparse areas. I can also go into the script here. Let's go to our script editor. Let's go into window, go into our script editor. So this particular script, open this up here. I can change some parameters in here to change how many trees that'll potentially put into that area, the radius of them, so on and so forth. So as it showed there, we got 215 trees, I guess, as far as out of that. So that little bit of an area, quite a few. You can get too carried away with this and it'll produce a lot of trees. Let's change this up here real quick. We'll just go to 25,000. We'll leave the radius at 0.75, so that'll give a little bit of spacing between all the trees. We don't want trees on top of each other. I tend to put this closer to 1 as far as when I do this. But I can change the factor of how many potential trees it will based on the other 2. And we're using bit 2 because we already set that previously as that deco grass. So that's why we had to set that. So we got all our parameters set there. Let's save that and close it. And then what we can do, now I already got these trees in here, so what I'll do first, before I get too carried away, let's group these up from here all the way down to the bottom of our tree transform, and select all those and group those up. Control G. like so. So we'll leave that right there for now. Okay. I'm going to re-highlight this, and I'll show you how easy it is, I guess, as far as just changing some parameters that we got in there. I'm going to rerun the script and see what kind of result we get now. If I just increase the factor of how many trees would show up in this area. Alright, so we'll highlight that. So even with the trees that we previously populated in there still in here, we can still just go ahead and run the script. Boom. And it'll tell us how many it did, which in this case was 242. So it was a little bit more, so you can get a little bit more population at this point. That's kind of how easy it is, and then it'll put in a whole new bunch of trees, I guess, as far as in that main tree transform, which we can group up. So let's take a look and see how this one's definitely put a little bit more trees in there. I like how it filled it in better. You're gonna have some sparse areas for sure, but this worked out pretty good. Nice. So it's putting some of the smaller trees, I guess, as far as up over here. Okay. Not too shabby. So it's only going to paint, it's only going to put them where we painted it, so that's why I kept it off the road edge. It's actually not a bad turnout. Kind of liked how that worked out. It's looking good. Yep, that turned out pretty good. Cool, I think we'll go with that. Now we can actually test this out in game. Let me go ahead and group these up. We got that one selected. Now I can add more trees, I guess, as far as to this one here. These are the only small ones that I like the most, I guess, as far as that, you know, give some variety within that. So that's the only reason why I chose those three. And all we'd have to do is just add to this one here so that the script knows which trees to use when it populates it in there. Yeah, but let me go ahead and group these up. I'm gonna actually delete this one. Oh shoot. Okay, so that one was actually... Do I want to keep both of these? Let me see here. I might want to keep both of these. Or, let's just hide this for a second and see how that looks. So this is the other group that we, previously did. Alright, so this is what it actually looks like. Okay. Actually put some here a little bit close together. Not sure why it did that. Okay. This shouldn't have happened, so that radius that we set on there shouldn't have put them really that close together. But we do have the advantage, I guess, as far as to just go in here, clean it up like so. You can just kind of go through this, and we can adjust them manually. So it eliminates, I guess, as far as having to go through all the different types of trees and mesh paint that and do like that, but it still gives you the freedom, I guess, as far as going back through this. And if you've got trees that are too close together, you can either adjust the script, I guess, as far as to change the radius and so on, or... Oh, wow. That definitely shouldn't have done that. I might actually rerun this, because I don't think that did... like... Okay. Let me go ahead and group these up anyway. Did I, yeah, so I turned that one off. Yeah, let me group these up here real quick. All the way down here. 242 trees it said it did. That looks about right, I guess, as far as based on our scene graph here. Okay, so select all of those. We'll group that up. So Control G. So there's that group. Let me change some settings on our script. Let's go back into our script editor. And let's see what I did here. So I get 25. The fact that I had this at 0.75, that should have not put the trees too close together. Let's put it at 1. Kind of spread them out a little bit. Keep it at 25,000. Let's save that. Close it. Now we do have that made invisible. So now when we spawn this in here, we should be able to see the true result So now I got those just, they're still here, but they're invisible. Alright, so let's rerun the script with that setting. See what that does. Highlight our main tree transform group. And run the script. $255 trees that time, okay. Let's see what that turned out to be. So it should have spread them out. I'm not really sure why it's still putting them so close together like that. Shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, I got a big cluster right here. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Huh, that is interesting. That's not been the result, I guess, as far as I get there, but I guess you could kind of get the idea of how that script works. Usually the way that radius will work there, we'll kind of tell the that we don't want to have the trees too close together. But for the most part, I guess that doesn't look too bad, other than that one little cluster there, right here. Yeah, so let's take some of these out, and let's move this guy out a little. Let's put him, like, say, right there. We don't want those that close together like that. But you can see the freedom, I guess, as far as it's in this area. Even after it runs the script, I guess, as far as like that. You can either adjust the script itself, or just kind of pan around in here and see what needs to be taken out and all that. Not a bad result, though. Definitely takes a lot of the tedious work out, I guess, as far as putting in the random trees. And you can use whatever type of trees you want. I just decided to use these small trees as an example. I think for the most part we're pretty good. Alright, this one. I like that you have the ability, I guess, as far as to just move them around. And after you run the script, just like so. I think that'll work. Cool. We got a cluster up over here, I see. Yeah, I guess I'd try to blend that in as best as it could, I guess, as far as what the trees that we already had over here. Not terrible. Alright, I think we'll go with that. I think we'll go with that. Cool, let's go ahead and group these up. Alright, let's go to this one in there. So we got this guy all the way down here. So 255 trees it did in that run. Okay, we'll go ahead and Control G. Those up. And these other two I think I'll get rid of. That was our two previous attempts. And then I'm just going to name this one a Small Trees 3. Just for clarity in our scene graph. Like so. Cool. Now we can get rid of this for now. We can always reestablish that to do our next area. For now, I think that we'll be able to take that right out. Cool. Now we can be able to go into the game and actually test that out and see how that all looks in game. To include our sign and everything else that we've done today. Okay. So let's go ahead, save the map. Yes, please. Cool. So once we get this saved up here, we'll be able to get it back over to our mods folder and just kind of go from there. Alright, let me make sure after this map saves. Alright, so map did save, that's good. Let's turn up our console a little bit. Let's close that out. Close this out. Let me double check something here real quick. Nope, that is still running. Cool. Nice. Making sure I'm not overheating or anything like that. So I don't think we're going to end up doing any more modeling, at least for today. But we did get a lot of it done. We did get a lot done, I guess, as far as with that. Let's switch this on over and then get some things moved over, I guess, to our mods folder and check it out in the game. Alrighty then. So, we need to do, first off, our previous backup here. We know we already went in and tested and everything was fine and dandy. So we're going to delete this guy out. Now we need to pull out the current one that we have in our mods folder, which we brought over for a starter stream, and back that one up. So we're going to put that one on our desktop. Cut that out. Paste that to our desktop, and bring in our new map save, which is right here. Copy that and put that into our mods folder. Give that a second to transfer over. I always keep a backup this thing, so if something goes terribly wrong with everything we've done, most everything seems to be checking out in the editor and such. There's always something that can go terribly wrong. The point is, we always want to kind of remove any potential headaches, as far as by having a backup. That's why I pulled out the map from the mods folder. This is our new map save with all of our latest changes. And if everything checks out, we don't have any errors, we go into the game and everything's okie dokie smoky, then we can disregard it as far as the backup. So let me do some cleanup in here real quick. So as I mentioned before, what this is going to include, I guess, as far as a lot of placeable sheds and barns. There's still some more I need to add to that, but that's kind of a short list, I guess, as far as of what's going to eventually show up in the game. So let's fire the game up and see how all of our latest updates turn out. This will be the last time I go in here before I get off in this. It's been a fun time. Everybody's enjoyed it. I know it's felt good, I guess, as far as to get in here for a little bit, especially after the crappy day we had. Alrighty then. Put on a new save, a new farmer, load up our map, and off we go. So we shouldn't have any red or any additional yellow. That's first and foremost what we want to look at. So far we're clean. Loading pretty quick too. We definitely don't like to see a lot of hesitations. When we see hesitations, I guess, as far as in the load up here, that's grounds for some concern. Because that means we got something that the game is not quite sure what it needs to do with. And yeah, so it loads in pretty smooth. Alright, let's go into our map. Something else I'll probably end up adjusting is where the rear spawn point is. I may not necessarily do it here. I might actually do it at the house. Let's actually turn off the autosave before I get too carried away. We don't need the saving while we're in testing. Okay, so if we go over here, this is pretty much, this is a static farm. You won't be able to do anything with this. This all stays the way it is. You can purchase the surrounding areas, I guess, as far as to manipulate that, but pretty much everything that's at this farm, it stays as it is, cannot be manipulated. So yeah, you can play a little bitty ball if you want to. Oof, first shot. So you have a little bit of b-ball you can play over at the main farm. Alright, so what we want to check out, we already did check out our sign, but one of the new things that we did add to at this point in the map is our animal dealer. Let's see how this looks. What I do want to probably apply to this is the snow. I can invoke some snow on this to kind of see how that looks. So we cleared out all this paved area and underneath the building, as far as to not have snow. Oh, we got a little bit of foliage clipping in there, so I might fix that. This type of stuff just totally triggers my OCD. I don't like when foliage kind of sticks through cement like that. A little bit of cleanup, I guess, as far as, but nothing terrible. Oh man, that fills in so much nicer, I guess, as far as having that. So that's amongst one of the areas that we did fill in. Our trees and such. Oh wow, so you can actually see through that. Didn't know that. Cool. Nothing in there, but interesting. Okay. So, what I want to do before I actually try the snow out on this is, let's go check out our other areas here. Let's grab our tractor. Go see how our area looks here. And I can actually kind of play test this to see how it's easy or hard it's going to be, I guess, as far as to clear these different areas out. Actually looking pretty good. Let's turn this off for a second. Get a better look at what we got. This is one of the areas that we did fill in. Looking pretty good. What do you say on this one? Makes it a little less desolate. The other thing I didn't make sure is that we didn't have our signs being obscured, I guess, as far as by bushes and trees. I guess I'll check that out too while we're at it. Cool. So I think what we'll do, I got a little divot over here, I just noticed. A little whoopie-doo right in there. I'll have to fix that, I guess, as far as once we do that area. We got another whoopie-doo over here too. Oh crap. We'll be taking care of these whoopie-doos as we do these areas. That's a big whoopie-doo right there. Hey, slow down there, Speedy. So that's something else that we've done. I don't remember if we did it on stream or not, but the AI splines that come down this area go faster than in town. That involves 2 different splines, I guess, as far as to have that. Alright, so what we'll do next, let's go ahead and set our store spot right over here, and we want to buy ourselves. Now, what I've been testing with is just the mulcher. I believe it's under forestry equipment. A lot of categories, a lot of built-in stuff in here in the game. So, primarily this deal here seems to work pretty nice for taking care of these smaller trees. Go ahead and lease that. There's other tools that are on the mod hub, and floating out there, I guess, as far as that might do a better trick. I typically, for this type of stuff here, I like to use just default stuff, what would be available by default. Now, one thing I want to test here, they should not let you do anything with these trees until you buy the land. That's something else we need to test here, so let's turn it on. This should not let me cut this down. Oh, it does. That's interesting. That is pretty interesting. I did not know it would let you cut trees down before you buy it. I'll be perfectly honest. Not that it's really a huge problem, because you can't do much else with the land. That's something else I'll test here, just as far as while we're at it, just to see if it'll let us plow it and such. We'll let you cut the trees down prior to purchasing it. Not that you really have anything to gain other than spending some of your time, I guess, as far as to clear these out, but you kind of get the idea of how these trees will work with this standard mulcher. You have to work Or the use of this land, that's for sure. See, now it's giving us the... Okay, so it does have the don't have access, so it's not actually going to, you know, work the ground. That makes sense. So kind of interesting, I guess, as far as the fact that it will let you still cut the trees down even though you don't buy it. But like I said, there's not really much to gain by doing so, because obviously, just like as I showed there, we don't have access to the land to actually work it. So we got these small pines. Cool. So these smaller pines and dogwoods are a little bit easier. I guess the elms are the ones that are a little bit more challenging. These fellers. They will definitely let you strip them down, but a little bit more to get chewed up. Takes a little bit more initiative to get these ones down, but it will do it. Okay, make sure we get the snow. So if it proves true, I guess for the guy, we'll get a plow out here, and we'll see if it'll let us plow. It should not let us plow. If it's any indication, using this mulcher is giving us that don't have access to the land. It should do the same thing. Let's do that next. So let's put this guy over here. Remember where I put that store spot. Set him right there, and let's buy ourselves a plow. Now, I don't have any straight plows. Again, just going to use a default deal here. Let's see what we got here. So let's do... Doesn't matter. Let's get this guy. Yeah, so as far as actually being able to work the land, it shouldn't let us do it until we buy it. Alright, how do you hook up to this little guy? Yeah, he's super small. Holy crap. Alright. Now, let's bring up our menu. So we want this to allow create fields, so we're gonna... So why? Because we don't have a field on this piece of farmland to begin with, so we want to create a field. Like so, and if we put this down... Yep, we don't have access to the land, so it's not going to let us plow it. That's what I wanted to test. So until we buy it, that's the only way we're going to be able to plow it. But it does let you at least cut the trees down prior to buying it. So, look at it as a pro and con. Okay. There we go. So that's that test. Actually, let's go. Oh, I didn't realize I had him going that fast, but this is the highway, so it makes sense. Once they get into town there, they'll actually slow down. Yeah, that turned out really nice. What do you have to say? Oh, excuse me there, fella. Am I going a little too slow for you? You can actually see I'm going 33, he's going 50. So then once he gets the speed bump right here, then he slows down. Okay, so now that we've got those areas checked out there, I'm going to see how the snow populates over here around this building. Okay, so we need to bring up our trusty dusty easy dev tools. I'll be changing the signage, I guess, as far as on that animal dealer. upstream. But yeah, that's something else we need to do. So we need to go to weather, and I'll just add some snow. Not really worried about the snow falling and all that stuff. I just want to apply the snow. So what this will do is I'll actually put the snow on the ground. We'll be able to look and see, I guess, as far as how that area should be cleared out with snow, because we did apply that mask to it. So if that all pans out good, then we don't have any further adjustments to make on this. So this will allow you, I think you got to have a trailer here. Let me see here. Yeah, so we can open up the dialogue. And we don't have any husbandries currently bought to put any animals into. So that's working like it should. So if we had an animal husbandry, I guess, as far as purchase. Oh, there's the snow. We can see how this looks here. So yep, this is all cleared out. Nice, that's looking good. So we got that little bit of snow on that grass. Very nice, cool. That turned out really good. Oh, got a little bit of spillover on this end, so I might have to stretch that out a little bit on this side. Not terrible. Not terrible. See how it looks on the front here. Yep, so it does kind of clip into the building there a little bit. So a little bit of adjustment I'll make on that. Nothing major. Nothing major. Alright, cool. Cool beans. So the snow melts, I guess, as far as because we're in August. It's like, hey, I'm not supposed to be out here, so it just kind of goes away. Now, if I had it in a month that does populate snow, like January, February, it would have probably stuck. But it's just doing what it feels is necessary as far as like, wait a minute. I know you had me apply the snow here, but it's too damn warm, so it just basically, quote-unquote, melts. Okay. So far, that seems to be a pretty good test. So I just got a little bit of adjustment to make that little bit of foliage coming through porch area of our animal dealer and that snow mask. I want to check something in here real quick. This is where you can service your vehicles. I wanted to look and see. So we can repaint, customize. Okay, so what I don't have in here, which I'm going to have to take a look at, is an area to basically sell your equipment here at the store. I don't have one of those, I don't believe. Let me check over here. Okay, so this lets you buy them. Alright, so I got to make sure that I put in a spot here to be able to sell equipment here. So, that's a note. I need to put an area here to be able to sell equipment. So I got a place to be able to buy it and repair it, but not to sell it here at the store. So I need to probably put something like over here. I got to make sure I do that. Alright, so a little bit of adjustments that I got to make, but for the most part, pretty solid work. So there are some dynamic things that can be moved around here in the shop. I made these shelves, I guess, as far as to be more interactable. So by default, you weren't able to put stuff on these shelves, and I thought was kind of silly. So I made these a little bit more interactable. So like as you're working on equipment in here, you can add and take away stuff off these shelves and such. Yep. So you can sweep up the place if you want. I'm gonna get that caught on. So you can sweep up the place if you want. Oh, there's the pigeon sound. Y'all hear that? We were looking at that earlier in the map, I guess, as far as it does have that pigeon ambient sound, I guess, as far as over in this area. Pigeons like to hang around in here. Cool. Yeah, so there's just a couple things I wanted to check out there. Nice. Cool beans. I hope everybody did enjoy, I guess, as far as my little adventure here, I guess, as far as getting some more work done on the development of the Dairyland Forex map. So there's plenty of that I got to do, I guess, as far as with getting the trees and the foliage, I guess, as far as into those areas. But you kind of get the idea of how that process works. And hopefully I'll be doing some more work on that, I guess, as far as off stream. I very much appreciate everybody that did stick around there. We tried to get a game giveaway kind of popping off, but didn't really work out all that well, and that's perfectly fine. We'll save that probably for Wednesday. Hopefully we'll have a little bit more interaction, I guess, as far as on Wednesday stream. Continuing the playthrough of Manbazu. So we might have some more updates to the truck. So if you want to see any of that action, tune in for Wednesday. There will not be any stream for tomorrow, for sure. So I can 100% guarantees if you got it marked on your calendar, I guess, as far as to tune in, I guess, as far as for Tuesday. I'll need to update the schedule on the channel, I guess, as far as for that. But confirmed or whatever, I will not be able to stream for tomorrow doing anything, I guess, as far as what we usually do is trucking on Tuesdays. Wednesday for sure, and then of course Saturday for Spline Design Studios Saturday. So if you've been hanging out in chat, you like what you see, you want to see more of it, do make sure, I guess, as far as that, you hit the follow button on the channel, get the notifications when the streams are live. Also follow the social medias that are posted to the channel, and I'll put these out here in chat, I guess, as far as to make those a little bit more accessible. So we got the Rock Nation Discord, also on the Twitter, and we've got our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page that serves as our forum for our modding website, splinedesignstudios.com. Make sure to check all that out, I guess, as far as at your leisure. I will be getting some more pictures applied, I guess, as far as to the project page for the Dairyland 4X. Now that I've got a little bit more work done to it, it's a little bit more to showcase. I'll be getting some stuff posted on that, as well as the README, I guess, as far as for that, to kind of explain a little bit, I guess, as far as everything that's going on with the map. So definitely be on the lookout, I guess, as far as for all that. And let's take a look here real quick and see who's running, who's on. So if you got anybody else to send it to. Ooh, I got an idea where we're gonna go. I think we're gonna go and see Mr. Casual Elephant. He's doing some retro stuff with Super Mario 64. That's pretty interesting. I think that's where I'm gonna head on over. So feel free to stick around after the outro of the stream. I'm gonna raid on over to Casual Elephant, and hopefully we can enjoy a little bit of Super Mario 64. It's getting a little bit retro. So hopefully see you over there. Later, everybody.